is that time, everybody. Good morning.
What can I do for you? Be careful.
Oh, I went the wrong way. This is not the leatherworking, is it? It's tailoring. Where the hell is the leatherworking in this town? Probably over in the Dwarven district, and I just don't remember. Need to find a guard and ask.
Light be with you. Go with honor, friend.
No, it's an old town. Okay. I guess we'll make some of
Looking for
these
something specific?
for the moment. Make 3 more. Or more, however many it takes to get to this next skill point. Really? Well, it went green, that's why. Oh, I need to go to the auction hall too. I need to remember that. off my deep rock salt in the bank. Arrgh.
What can I do for you? For the Alliance.
For the Alliance.
Good morning.
Oh, morning. Chris is starting to get on the warpath about the internet, man. More than me, but it's good though. We're gonna
Oh,
give him.
so it's not like storms and stuff. It's
No,
the
no, no, no,
ISP.
no. So, well, the only assumption I can make at some point is that something broke and they're trying to fix it because we've never had outages before unless there's a storm and then it's down for, sometimes 10 minutes, sometimes 2 hours. Um, so when it went out 3 days ago, it went down at 3 o'clock in the afternoon and it was out completely until 6 the next morning, like 6:30, because I was streaming with you guys on 4G and then it came back. Then all that day, it was just crap. Like um, at least my connection to YouTube was crap because I've been doing speed tests throughout the day, and my speed tests are normal. I have 200 down, 16 up. It's always the same, like no variation in that. It's always good. Periodically around 7:30 in the morning or 7:30 at night, my upload will start to shift during the speed tests to like 6 or 7 up, which is that's could be load balancing or something. However, my because you can actually see your bit rate when you're uploading to when you're streaming, and I should be streaming at 6,000, which is 6 megs, and I am all over the place the last 3 days now throughout the day. Like right now I'm at 500 KB, which means the stream could be crashing any second. Then all of a sudden it jumped to 2K, 3,500, 7,500, 1,600. Like it's jumping all over the place, and it's supposed to be like rock solid around 6,000. It should just be staying right there. But if I do a speed test right now, I'm at the full 16 megabyte upload. So whatever's happening is between my ISP and the YouTube ingress servers because I'm getting wild fluctuations across the map with my upload and my connection to YouTube. Also, I've noticed that when I upload videos to YouTube now, it's taking like it used to take 10 minutes to upload a video, and now I'm getting sometimes the videos are taking like 45 minutes to upload.
Oh
So
wow.
there's definitely something going on between my ISP and YouTube, which could be throttling. However, like last night, the internet just again at like the night before was like 7:43. Last night was 7:40. It just cut out completely. And then you were on Discord for a little bit. I was like it was back on and back out and then back on and back out. And then I was sitting here. You had gone to your conference call, I think, and it just cut out again. And then I had my headset on, and it kept connecting, disconnecting, connecting, disconnecting to Discord like 10 times within a 5-minute period. And I was like, you know what? I just give up. It's obviously not going to come back tonight. So something was happening last night that's just, I'm completely disconnected. And that's the second night in a row it's done that. So it could be that when it went down from 3 to 6 the other day, they broke a line or something. It's cable. And it could be that they're repairing stuff. And while they're repairing, I'm getting some weird fluctuation in my connectivity to the ingress servers because of that. And then they may just be at 7:30 at night. That's the cutoff point where they go, okay, everybody's in bed. Nobody's working. We don't have any businesses that are open anymore. Let's turn everything off and work on the power lines, work on the cable lines. That could be the case. But it could just be that they've gone back to, for some reason, throttling me after like 3 months of not throttling me. Except that it's been fluctuating like wildly throughout the day when it never did that before. Um, who knows? I'm able to stream, but my bit rate makes me nervous because I'm watching it going, ooh, that doesn't look good. And then of course last night it cut out, and I had no recourse but to go to bed, which is probably a good thing.
Yeah.
Need help?
Why didn't Christina let you back in, Pippin?
Still sucks for sure.
It does suck.
Whatever the issue is.
Yeah, because I mean, it's what's frustrating is like I can turn on my phone right now and get a better connection to YouTube. Like I can actually get a solid 3 to 4 megabyte upload, and it's rock solid. It doesn't fluctuate. So I just want to know why. And the worst part about it all is there's freaking fiber optic 2 blocks from the house, but they won't run it up to mine. They've got gigabyte fiber optic, and I can't touch it. It's like, no, first world problems. Hay varios aquí, Chris. Excuse me.
Farewell.
Well met. For the Alliance.
Man, some of these things take a lot of hides to craft, like 14 hides per. Are there any more that get up to like 20 or something?
Some of them can be. They get up there pretty high. But like for example, the first stuff you start crafting, like for TBC, that uses the not hide leather, it'll only take like 4.
Ah,
But then within like 15 points, it's like it jumps up to like 10 and then 16, and
mm,
then you have to start doing. I think that's also when they started like the heavy. Like there's not hide that drops off of anything you can skin in TBC, and then once you get high enough, you have to start crafting heavy knot hide, which takes like 5 regular hides, and
oh,
then those items take like 10 heavy knot hide, which is actually like 50 knot hide, or something.
yeah. That's how Lotro has done it. So I wonder if that's where they got that inspiration, because it tiers it that way when you get towards the higher levels.
Light bless
All right, I have coffee. All right, I'm flying back to Darkshire.
Wow, that's so bizarre.
The Questy
I
update.
wonder. Yeah,
I don't know why it did that to me yesterday too when we were
it did. Yeah, it did.
It's probably because I'm running a 4-month-old version of Questy.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I'm running an updated version, and like last night when we were doing those quests in around Alcadun, it was like lagging
Hmm.
to update. So we actually need to go to Blasted Lands, right?
Yeah.
Back to Blasted. The other thing I noticed too is my other add-ons are like starting to lag too. Like I have an add-on that changes everyone's avatar, the group, where it shows your health and mana and all that.
Hmm.
And I noticed last night that was lagging a
What
bit
can I do
too.
for you?
So it might
See
be
you around.
time. That might be time to switch to the Wrath Lich King versions.
Do they change any of the UI elements next week when they go to the pre-patch? Or do they wait until the actual launch?
All the changes should be in for pre-patch. The only thing that they'll add at launch is the ability to travel to Northrend.
Gotcha.
Yeah, but pretty much everything should be in place. Which is one of the ways that data miners always have stuff early. All the assets and everything get preloaded.
Hmm.
And I'm looking forward to doing a dungeon run tonight.
Mm-hmm. All right. And if my internet poops out tonight, I'm just gonna switch to 4G. I wasn't too stressed about it last night because it was like it was late and I'd already been playing for 3 hours. But we got dungeons tonight, ladies and gentlemen. We got dungeons. I was tired last night. Like we did the morning session and then I did that P99 leveling session and then came back and did more Warcraft. I was like, you know what? I'm ready for bed. I wonder if Joey went upstairs.
No, I'm here.
All right. I think we need to just go south for your mobs.
Yeah, it should be.
Actually, I don't know how to get over there.
There's a little path down here. Free skins. Oh, a couple more over here too.
Get down, Leia. Get down.
What do you need for the quest?
I can't remember how it looked like. It was. Oh, the Shadow Sworn.
Specifically,
Adepts, cultists, and thugs.
right here. Got a whole bunch. So this, my pet is like bugged out again. Like it's not wanting to obey its macro like yesterday. Just a kill quest, right? You don't need any drops.
Correct.
Man, those guys have a big aggro range. Oh, sorry, Maduros. Oh, how did Joey's suddenly get full health again? Oh, you sons of bitches. They ran out of my... Alright, I may actually have to be a little more careful about things here, because these are getting a little crazy.
he's going immune. Oh, he's one of those servants.
Oh, it didn't save my macro from yesterday. What the hell? Like, we played for several hours yesterday, and it like, deleted my macro.
Did you click save?
Yeah, I used it all day yesterday. With the hunter's mark added to it.
Because you can edit them and use it and not save it. And then if you log out, it'll delete it.
I mean, that theoretically could have happened.
See if you can bring him to this crystal that's floating over here. I wonder, I thought it might be a quest, but I think it was one of the things you had to do.
I don't see any
Like
buffs on him, though. Oh,
Not
he's a
now.
servant. Servant. I'm okay.
Yeah, sir.
How do we get rid of that servant? That's... Do we just run it off, I guess?
Let's run back where we came from this way.
Was that a summoned animal?
No. Nah, he was there.
Huh.
That's another one over there. No, that's a thug. That's what I actually need.
Look him up here.
Oh, watch out, Maduric, he's coming down. So he's a wanderer.
No, he's still aggroed onto you, actually.
Oh, now he's on me? Oh, nice. Oh, there he went.
Any servant of Alistar's cannot be killed except by destroying the stone that binds them. You must attack and get the servant down to 1 hit point within a very small radius of the floating binding stone. Once there and that low, they'll look like they're banished, and then you can beat on the stone, then they die.
Oh, so it is that stone.
Gross.
Anybody home? Is there another camp? Oh,
Yeah, I saw on the
Here's-
map it showed
here's-
a bunch all throughout here.
Here's a whole bunch.
Alright, that's a little ridiculous, the aggro this morning. No. Kitty cats. Chris keeps missing the kittens when she's closing the door, and Pippin literally just jumped up on my little shelf that's next to my decks and was making off with my my earbuds, like the plug-in cable type, you know.
Toys.
Yeah, they love the little soft things that go inside your ear that you can pull off the tops of the earbuds. And she literally had the one whole part of the earbuds in her mouth, and she was dragging it down and to go take somewhere to kill it.
Awesome.
Monsters. She's like, "Ooh, this is prey." What's up, Alaric?
Resist. Oh
How close are you a ding, Joey?
man. I'm like halfway.
Okay.
Cultists. Yeah, I need those two.
Where'd he go?
Okay, let's bring him over to this stone here and fight him. See if
Oh.
this will work.
Alright. I can't touch the stone, though.
Yeah, me either. I mean, does he have to be right on top of it?
He won't even move. Well, good thing is like, he appears to be leaving us alone now? Maybe that's because he's in spirit shock mode? He's leaving us alone now. He's wandering in our direction. Oh, my pet is like deciding he wants to go after him again. He still doesn't have any more hit points. I mean, I can't attack this stone at all.
Yeah, I couldn't either. I don't know. It's probably for
Yeah,
quest.
supposedly you can only attack it once they've gone into that spirit shock mode.
Hmm.
And the comments did say that they have to be very close to it.
I think ignore him for now, I guess he'll eventually drop.
Can you taunt this off of me, Idhradlor?
Sure.
If it beats on you, you probably get fury, right?
Yeah. Let it beat on me. Except the pet is coming for it. Oh, the pet took it.
I mean, either way, it's off of him. Man, they sure like to follow forever. Alright, well, let me just take this guy away.
Oh, there's another one. No, bastard.
Well,
Alright.
yeah, maybe we can control it a little bit if my pet's not. Oh, God, he's going back for Maduros. Some bitch.
I don't see the stone. Oh, look. Hellhound. Or Hellboars. All over the place. Oh my god, he's still not dropping.
I think I finally got him. So you guys just do your killing. I'm gonna move this guy away.
Okay, that's a thug. Adept thug. Okay.
This guy does not want to drop. I don't. There he went. He
You're
dropped.
gonna have to go much further away.
Yeah, he dropped finally.
Oh, no, he's back. God dang it.
Well, drag him to the stone. You've got the aggro, so drag him to the stone. Oh, you did have aggro. Because we do need to figure this out. Because
Yeah, they're everywhere.
so get him right up on top of the stone.
Yeah, yes, so you can't really get much closer.
Okay. The stone is still not attackable. Anybody have any AoEs, like some point blank AoEs they can do?
Yep, I just tried one.
Also me. Yeah, we can't do shit.
Oh. I think there might be a quest associated with it too. That might be a trigger point. It's called the Stones That Bind Us.
Copy that.
That might actually be his next quest.
How many more and which do you need, Joey?
I need 3 more adepts and 4 more thugs.
Okay, I'm gonna try to focus fire on those. All right.
Oh, I'm sorry. I completely lied. I need 9 more adepts. I thought that was 10, but it's F20
And
for
thugs, you
all of.
said?
Yeah, I only need 4 more thugs.
4 more thugs. All right, here's a thug right here. I'm gonna run this guy here in a second. He did drop when I got him over here, so I'm gonna do that again. Yep, there he goes.
Mm.
So we just need to
And
avoid the servant.
I keep forgetting to tell. There's a small chance I could be late tonight, but we're supposed to be back by 7:30, so it should be good.
Okay.
But we're going to a research farm today. That's like up by Six Flags, so it's like 2 hours away, and it's supposed to be done by 5, so we should be back in time. But there's a small chance, so. Just heads.
So maybe don't go charging in. I'll pull back.
Oh, come
You said adepts and thugs?
on. Yep, I need 2 more thugs and 7 more adepts.
This will be the last of your thugs.
Go away, cultist. We don't need you.
There's an adept in the outskirts there.
It's also a servant.
I know. I should be able to skip it.
Creepy bastards. Okay, cool.
Maduros has got one over there, it looks like.
6 more. An elephant! Five more.
Alright, we need to go south again.
There might be some in this cave.
What?
Ooh, there's a cave.
Oh.
Yep.
I just
There's
thought it was
always
a building. I didn't
cave.
realize it was a cave. Hey, as long as there's no more servants inside, that's the annoying one.
Yeah, it's really frustrating. Like, if they send you to an area, you should have a way of dealing with them.
Well, don't you know that's just a hardcore mechanic that you need to learn to deal with? Otherwise, you're not really a true
yeah.
MMO player.
Yeah.
You just want
it's
easy
true.
mode all the time.
I do. I do want easy mode. I don't want. You know what? I think it's really cool what games are doing where they're doing the classic version of the game. Like Lotro did it with the legendary server, right? So if you want that nostalgia and that hardcore aspect, just go play that version of the game. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. More options are better. I I got another comment this morning when I woke up on my Pantheon patient video. And I get it. I get that people are supportive of the vision, and that's awesome. That's awesome.
Right.
But
It is.
the guy made a comment that made me laugh because he's like, based on everything I've seen so far, that's literally what he said. Based on everything I've seen so far, Pantheon is going to be the best MMORPG ever.
Well, that's a great opinion.
It's
I mean,
yeah, it's correct. But what the part that I disassociate from is based on everything I've seen so far. You haven't seen anything so far. You've seen
yeah.
pre-alpha footage
Not to mention they've changed the game like what, 3 times?
3 times, yeah, 4 times maybe.
Like when it first came out, like they banged out progress, man. I remember watching like the progression videos. I mean, and they had character models in no time, and like it looked decent. And then it just poof, it completely changed. They revamped everything, which is fine. Yeah, they've done that a few times.
I don't know, if you talk to some of them, Joey, they'll tell you that nothing's ever changed ever.
Really?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
it's
Oh my
crazy.
god.
There's some staunch supporters who will tell you that nothing's ever changed. It's still the same exact game. They've just refactored a couple of times. I was like, that's exactly what a refactor is a change. Like, you're changing something over from the original version to something different. Well, they're just making it better. That's changing it. That's like taking a peanut butter jelly sandwich and adding toasted bread to it. You've changed
Well-
the sandwich.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. Whatever.
It's all right. You're not as deep into the conversations as Maduros and I are in our morning chats.
No.
And since I started making videos around it, I've had folks
Yeah,
coming out of the woodwork and
I did know that. But
well, I think we talked about that. Were you there for that, Joey? When I was, I think that might have been after the P99 group on Friday night. I was saying, I don't necessarily want to burn any bridges with
right.
the Pantheon Plus community, but at the same time, like I need to be allowed to talk about things, and I won't say names. There was an individual from the Pantheon Plus team that came on one of my videos and left just some really ranty comments and told me that I must be confused about things, and that's why I was saying the things I was saying. And it's like, no, I'm giving my opinion. And he like 3 times in a row repeated, well, you must just be confused then. And it's like, wow, that is like the most polite way of saying you're an idiot I've ever heard. Like, you must be confused. And then the last comment they left was, well, when you find a legitimate source, let me know. And it's like, dude, my sources are as legitimate as anyone else's.
I mean, going off the information you're provided with.
Right, and then, well, they're what they always say is, well, behind the scenes in the VIP forums, things are different. And I'm like, well, that's not cool, because if what they're telling you in VIP is
Oh,
different than what's being told to the public, then there's some serious shenanigans going on with what is being
absolutely.
told to people to buy packages.
I know another game that's like that.
Oh yeah, totally. Here, we're selling you hamburgers, but we're delivering chicken soup.
Yes. And there's other things said in the VIP forums. That's not cool. You have to be open with the public. Whether, like, you can put behind the scenes stuff behind VIP access, but you can't say different things. Like,
Well, I've had
whatever.
multiple people come to me and be like, well, there's all this stuff that's been said in the VIP forums. We can't talk about it. And it's like, well, if you can't talk about it, and it's different than things that have been said in the public, that's a big, big, big problem. Like,
Do you know what that means? That means things are gonna change.
I mean, exactly, things are gonna change again.
The only things they tell the public are the things that they are 98% sure are not gonna.
Oh,
It's a chest.
that guy.
Ooh,
Oh.
oh, that's the dude's name. Oh shit! Oh, run away! Run away!
Okay.
Run away!
Look at that guy. Oh, let me get closer.
Oh, this is not good. Go this way.
Yeah, don't run that way. There's a big fellhound, a named fellhound back there too.
This is a scary cave.
Yeah,
Where'd you
I don't
lead
know
it,
which way we went.
Maduros?
Run
Speed buff.
away!
Speed buff.
Help!
Hopefully
you.
Maduros was close enough for the speed buff.
Yep,
Oh shit, we're gonna
fine,
run
man.
right into them and they're gonna stun me.
Ah!
Ah! Run away! Passive, pet passive. Run away!
I have all of my dudes, by the way. I don't know when that happened, but
Probably in the
noticed
cave
that.
somewhere.
Probably.
What's up, Eugene? Good morning. It says his ears are burning. You have all, so we can go do a turn in?
Yeah, let me stick follow on you real quick.
Alright.
And we got a proper train going here.
Oh, and I
4
just stunned
orcs.
myself.
Basilisk.
Oh my god!
Look behind you, dude.
Yeah, I did.
these things are still coming.
Alright.
Here, I'll try
Oh
to.
my gosh, what a train you guys have down here.
Here, I'll try to get you a speed. Oh no, and it stunned you.
Oh no! Run!
They are so far away. I can't believe they haven't leashed.
Oh my god. Try to get that one off Maduros at least. Oh my god, they won't drop.
Oh. Yeah.
I think they might have finally dropped.
There's still one coming. They're still coming. It's
Oh, and you
crazy.
just got stunned. Uh-oh. Did Joey's AF stop?
No, I'm there.
Wow, they're still coming. What the hell?
I have never seen that. That must be some kind of weird bug with their boosting stuff that they put in.
Well, they're no longer aggroed on me because I can mount up.
Yes, because they're aggroed on Joey and I. There's still 2 holdouts. Hang on. Turn your growl off. I'm gonna fear them.
Okay, it's off.
What was shooting them? Jeez.
There we go.
Whew.
That's one way of ending the aggro. Just kill it.
Uh,
Do you have to turn in over at the Fallen Hero of the Horde over here?
Yeah. I don't know where Tim was going. I was just following him. And then I realized-
yeah, don't pay attention to me because I was going the wrong direction.
Okay.
And I'm gonna need another cup of coffee if there's another
That-
step here.
That
Those
was
guys-
crazy.
Yeah, for real.
Like I said, I never saw stuff like that happen till not since only since they added the boosting changes.
My weapons and armor. Travel to the sunken temple and destroy the troll guardians.
Perfect.
Gasher, John, Zolo, Huku, Zulor, and Loro.
All right, that's
Oh.
Nice.
Oh. Decent helmet. It's plate. 445 armor, 18th strength. Increase your critical strike rating by 14 and increase your hit rating by 10. That's a pretty cool helm.
That should be the 5 quests that we picked up yesterday right here, Murderos, to kill all the shit that we can just do while we're here.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Since
If
we're
we're gonna
here,
do that quest, I'm gonna grab some coffee.
I am too.
Yeah.
I'll be right back.
Me too. Yeah. Yep.
Well, and everyone does it too, Mujin. We live in an area where companies, politicians, news organizations constantly tell the public one thing and say something completely different. Well, it's shady as fuck. It's par for the course. Yeah, dude, and I know that there are lots of white knights for you name it, whether it's Ashes of Creation, Pantheon, or etc. Um, but it totally happens. Like the public gets told one thing to convince them to buy pre-order packages, and then VIPs get told something else. And it's cool to have, like my brother said, it's cool to have like special access, like preview stuff, like what we do with our Patreon page. The patrons get screenshots that the public doesn't get to see, but they get screenshots and they get um, access to like the in development updates and stuff that we don't share with the public, but it's the same stuff we share with the public. It's just in many cases it's just early. Like a lot of the stuff, the screenshots go to the patrons like a week or two early, and then we'll share it out in the Discord or social media. And in some cases, there might be private screenshots, but it's not of anything different. It's just a screenshot. But I constantly hear people tell me, "Oh, just wait. We can't talk about it, but there's something big coming. It's in the VIP forums, and it's a big thing that they haven't announced, and it's coming. Just wait. It's in the VIP forums." And it's like, well, if they haven't announced it to the public, but they have announced it to the VIPs, that's a change. Then they have changed something because what they've told people in the public to buy the pre-order packages is what is should be there. And if there's anything that's different than what's being told to the public on their website or in the pre-order forums, then there's changes happening. And that's where we get the people have different interpretations of things. That's where the enfranchised fan comes in. Coffee. By the way, I'm not singling Pantheon out with that. Ashes of Creation does it. The other game, Embers of Drift, does it. Like, all these pre-order companies do it. And it is a shady business practice for sure. I heard somebody's goat.
Yeah, it's fine. I'm rearranging my hotbar for my berserker stance. Yeah, like some of these moves require a certain stance. So like some moves you can use under one stance versus the other,
Mm-hmm.
so on and so forth. So I've never taken the time to. I really like stance, but I've got some get some better moves under berserker. Or under berserker stance.
Yeah, I'm not talking
It
about
has
big
better
news
damage,
though,
so
Mujin. I'm talking about when I
try
get
it.
when
Which
VIPs
stance
tell
has
me,
cleave?
"Oh, just wait. The change that's
All of
coming,
them.
Okay.
is
It
this."
doesn't matter.
That's
Yeah,
fine.
cleave is
But
a
when I get
good.
told big news is
That one's
coming,
better if you've got a big
just
meaty
wait. It's something they
two-hander,
haven't announced to the public
because it
yet.
does
I get
weapon
told
damage
that by
plus
VIPs
whatever.
all the time in my YouTube comments. Just wait. There's big changes that they haven't told anybody about yet that are coming. Just wait. That's why I'm so
That's
excited because there's these
still good.
there's these big things coming that they haven't told anybody about. That's not a change. That's a new feature. I don't know there's anything happening here. We're just questing here. Joey was finishing up his Sunken Temple prereq for his class quest. Look at all these skinnable mobs.
Did you want to do these collect quests?
They're all. Sorry, my brain is farting. These are the quests from those dudes right there. Was that your question? Those are the only quests they offer, right?
Oh, I was confused by your previous statement of like, I don't know, maybe you were talking to the audience.
Oh, I was talking to the audience. Sorry. Yeah,
Oh, okay.
Mujin had asked what was happening in the Blasted Lands. Sorry, man.
Oh, okay.
I went
Okay.
from like not saying anything to you guys and then like answering a YouTube comment. Um, yeah, Mujin had asked what was happening in the Blasted Lands, and I was saying, yeah, we came here to get Joey's quest done, and now we're working on other quests. Oh, he's saying he was hearing something was happening that was not seen before is what he heard? I don't know.
The dudes that were following us.
Oh, maybe
No,
maybe.
they were here before.
That would leash that far?
Oh, okay. I gotcha.
Yeah, no, I think that's probably what he
I
was.
think we all
Yeah.
need more coffee is what it comes down to.
Definitely never saw him act like that.
Yeah.
That was, let's see. That was almost half the zone that they followed us.
Oh,
Yeah.
that part. Yeah. Yeah, they followed us way further than they normally would.
Now that we're all on the same page, continue on.
Yeah. So I can actually go back to what Mujin was saying about something else too. He said, in terms of like companies talking about
That's it.
big changes on the VIP forums, and I was saying that, well, big changes aren't the same thing as when a VIP hops into my comment section and says, "Oh, but just wait, you're gonna love this thing, this feature that's coming. We can't talk about it yet though, but it's coming. Just wait. It's gonna change. It's gonna change this. Not a change as in this is gonna be adapted or changed, but as in this is gonna change your opinion because it's this cool new feature that's coming that hasn't ever been talked about in the public before." And I'm like, that's the issue. Is like if you have something that is not part of a pre-order package and you're suddenly going to be announcing that to the public, that's new.
Yeah.
And new is bad because you've essentially cuckolded people into buying pre-orders, telling them one thing, and you've now added new features. That's feature creep, scope creep, etc. I didn't ask for cheese. I'm a burger dude. I just wanted a regular old hamburger. But cheese will make it better. I didn't ask for a cheeseburger. I asked for a
I'm
hamburger.
lactose intolerant.
Yeah, I'm lactose intolerant, damn it.
Eh. Yeah. So far, the new stance is working.
Nice. Is it still based on like rage stuff?
Yes. So the main difference is in why I never switched is I can't charge. I have intercept, which is like a charge, but it uses rage. Also, I don't have my bleed ability and something else, but yeah, it still uses rage.
So do you still need
But
to
it
get
is-
hit?
Yeah, but I deal more damage in this stance, so hitting also generates more rage. So.
Uh-huh.
And so, yeah, I don't know, seems to be working the way I got it set up. Like, see, I just took aggro from Ghost.
Yeah, I don't have growl turned on, so that's a good thing.
Oh, that's why then. Okay.
Well, that's a good thing. That means you're doing enough damage to just pull it on your own.
I don't know. We need
Just keep going
orb
south.
bombs, Yeah, we
Yeah,
need
just make a
everything.
big circle around this mountain, and you'll just go out and to the left, and we'll find plenty of mobs that we need for all the things. Ooh. Except for this case, the dude has killed them all. But they are skinnable. It's like Lunchables. Skinnables.
Probably don't need
Fell
ogres.
beasts, no. Oh, ogres? No. Not at the moment.
Here's a Snicker Fang hyena.
Oh boy, there's all kinds of skinnable stuff this way.
Oh yeah, somebody's just leaving their corpses everywhere.
Jeez. Oh, there's a quest here. I don't know if we want to get it or not.
It's much higher level, it looks like. Don't know what it's for. Probably not worth it if it's much higher level. There's a vulture here we need. I probably just need to sell the rights to the box of tissue so that other companies can sell those boxes of tissues. Oh my god, I have like mustache hairs poking in my nose or something. Ooh, that I'm actually going to need on. I'm assuming the vultures are going to be the hard thing to find here because I've got most of the other updates, but I'm missing vulture gizzards for for 3 different quests. Need vulture gizzards. Oh, and basilisk brains. I mean, we still need everything, but yeah. It's those seem to be the low ones.
Yeah, the majority of the basilisks go like around this little hill here.
Around the outside. Around the outside.
You know, Mockingbird, the song came on my Pandora yesterday, and I haven't heard that song maybe since high school. I hadn't listened to it in a really long time. Man, that song will get you emotional, especially after you have kids. I tell you what, that was whew.
Hmm.
So that fragment
Hmm.
is that higher level quest that's from that guy that's over on the other side of the road.
There's buzzards over here.
Ooh, and basilisks.
There's more boars back there too. That was ghost, I think.
Yep. Oh, I've been stunned.
Morning, persnickety. Mujin says, I'm a VIP. From what I've seen and heard, it all seems to be on a decent track. I am getting sick of the alpha being pushed back.
Oh, here's a buzzard, guys.
Okay. Kill it with fire!
Skinning has got to be the, well, I say easiest. I know it takes a ton, but it's got to be one of the easier harvesting quests. All these beast killing things you have to do.
I got a gizzard.
I
I'll get
want a
some mana.
gizzard.
I'm going to continue a conversation from YouTube. So Mujin says, I'm a VIP to Pantheon. From what I've seen and heard, it all seems to be on a decent track, but I am getting a little tired of their alpha continually being pushed back. Oh, that's been going on for 3 or 4 years. But I will say this, you are not one of the people I was mentioning, Mujin. Again, I'm not going to name names because I'm not here to hurt people or burn bridges or anything like that. But I do get comments on my YouTube videos from people who are in the VIP forums. Not you, but other VIPers who they always want to talk about the things that haven't been shown to the public yet. And how those are going to somehow change our minds about Pantheon. It's like, no. If your pre-order packages haven't sold me on it, and the 10 years you've been talking about the game to the public, if there's still stuff that's coming that's going to make the game different and mind-blowing, those are the comments I'm pointing out, and I don't want to say I'm mocking, but I'm definitely pointing out the fallacy of those comments. We should have followed Maduro's Joey because he knows what he's doing and we're off.
Where'd he go?
Somewhere we're not.
Oh, he's up this way.
Dude, follow the encyclopedia.
Yeah. Can't remember where I put it.
Oh, I placed it wrong. Ugh.
What a noob.
Well, the terrain sometimes will get you messed
Oh.
up with
Oh yeah, that's true.
AoEs.
Rocky terrain. Yep. don't know if it's just my mind, but I feel like I'm doing more damage too. I don't actually have a damage tracker, but I feel like it.
Got that flex going on.
Ugh. I don't know what these things are. These lost ones. They're kind of weird.
Well, they're pretty wretched.
Yeah.
But just
The other thing I'll say too is also going back, like I've seen Carnage say it a couple of times, especially in recent streams, like, oh, some of the things I've seen have just, and now that he's an investor, he's made those kind of comments as well. And it's like, well, if you're being told one thing, if something's being told to investors that is different than what's being told to the public, or
It's a
they're
huge red flag too.
it's a huge red flag. And that's not to say that they are saying anything different. They might just be revealing more to the investors, which you have to, by the way, legally. You have to give investors full disclosure, otherwise they can sue your shit to death in court for fraud. But that's an issue, though. It's an issue if they're sharing things with investors that they're not sharing with pre-order customers in terms of, you know, this is the vision and scope and all these other things. Yeah, businesses do dumb shit, Mujin. Let's just leave it at that. That's the easiest way to say that. Businesses do dumb shit.
Finally got something.
He's level 67. He's a big boy.
Yeah, he's good. He's good.
Well, I can even say this too, Mujin, because I totally fell through the corporate crack recently. I've been a freelancer for a very long time, and I was helping a startup recently. I'd been helping them out for a few years, and there were a lot of promises made, and they then brought on investors, and they went from being an LLC to a Delaware registered S corp, and all of the business plans that had been drafted up and promises that had been made were then null and void, and I was told that I was being let go because they needed somebody different for the job. And I'm being very careful in how I word this. And then I was then asked to sign a severance package, which was going to give me a payout in exchange for never taking the company to court and never saying anything about anything. And I went, yeah, fuck that. I'm not signing your little piece of paper. And I just walked away. You know, it's like it was the moment investors came on, the company went from being one thing and it went to being something else. And I've seen that happen way too many times, which is why I am leery of certain things around Pantheon when they refuse to put dates to anything, because investors don't agree to give you money unless there are dates attached. There are federal guidelines around disclosure of information. And the fact that they're definitely giving investors information that the general public doesn't have, which is why I will not back it via a pledge, because of the lack of transparency regarding dates. Now, I'm not saying they're doing it to be creepy or scuzzy or anything like that. I'm just saying they may be innocently not realizing what they're doing. But that's definitely taking place.
See, I stole aggro. Yeah, investors want to make sure they're gonna actually make money on the deal.
Oh yeah, and there's timelines associated with it, like. And that's where you and I have the benefit, Joey, of having done all that and done all the corporate stuff, and
Well, we have an idea. I mean, I'm sure there's different ways to
there's
structure
different.
things.
Yeah,
But,
exactly.
but, people don't just go and throw hundreds of thousands of dollars or millions at something without having guarantees. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, especially if you're raising, like the most recent funding round was $2.4 million. Like you don't raise
Right.
$2.4 million without knowing, oh, the game's coming out here. I'm gonna get my money back here. These are the returns I'm being promised. And it's like, well, if you're telling the investors these things, why are you not letting the community know? And it still bothered me too, because as much as they revealed in the most recent Co-Carnage discussion, Chris Rowan, the CEO, was extremely vague and purposefully vague about a lot of the answers that he gave. Like people would ask him a question, and rather than giving an answer, he would be, well, this, that, and the other, and the thing about that is this, and blah blah blah. And he would actually not answer the question. He would just give this roundabout, rambling reply, which didn't actually answer the question.
Politics.
Well, that's him being savvy enough to know that if he says something in
Yeah.
the public, the customer can then go to the California State
Yes.
Attorney General and make demands upon fraud. So they're not willing to do that. So he's not
Well,
being
not
stupid.
exactly. No.
Absolutely, Mujin. You have to legally put dates to be held to them. So why not give those dates to the public as well? Absolutely.
If you don't launch, yeah.
I can tell you why they haven't done that, Mujin, is because the pledged terms of service, which I covered in a recent video, have very vague, the product may never be released, blah 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 blah. We still get to keep your money, etc. 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 Which is like every other terms of service out there for games like that. Which is, I 100% guarantee that is different terminology than what is being used on the investor paperwork. And so they could tell investors one thing, but they can't tell the public that, because then it'll make null and void all of the pre-orders that they've sold to date. All of those people will then be able to make a claim of like, oh, well, you said the game was going to be out by here. It's not. Now I can take this contract that I have signed with you, and I can go to the state attorney general, and I can make a demand for a refund. And if you don't give me a refund, we can claim fraud, and then the state attorney general will sue the company. And that's how companies do the pledges. It's very interesting how that works. Investors generally can't take you to court for missing deadlines. You have to prove fraud. But there's different customer protection laws in place than there are investor laws. It's a whole different ballgame. And again, we don't know the intricacies of everything. I can say I learned a lot for 7 years. I also learned a lot after 8 months of lawyers. Learned a lot about a lot of shit. Right, Mujin, but the moment they put a date into it, it changes from being an open-ended pledge to an actual pre-order. And once it changes to a pre-order with a defined date, there are different consumer laws that hold, which is why they won't set dates or talk about dates. No company will. I'm not singling out Visionary Realms. No pre-order game. No, excuse me. No crowdfunded game is gonna put a date on anything because they don't want to get sued.
Ooh, 2 of 10 basilisk brains.
Yeah, dude. Takes a while. Did we get credit for that?
Oh, he didn't like that. He just called this piece of shit.
QQ. I love it. I love it. Oh, that was amazing. Oh, that's the best fun I've had all morning.
I didn't even see that guy there.
Yeah, he literally came out of nowhere as we were running towards the mob and like tried to tag it. And then he's like, "I was mine, you piece of shit. Fuck you."
Yeah.
Game
I,
says
I already
otherwise.
had everything dotted by the time he came over there and
That's what I-
started attacking.
That's what I thought, yeah.
Oh. That hold on everybody. Hold on. Player reputation system.
Yeah.
This is when we have to we still need the sticker fang jowls apparently. This is when you vote. Did that person do something that was worthy of being blacklisted?
Absolutely.
Or did I?
Or did I?
Right, that's the thing. Like right now, if reputation was the thing, he would go and report our 3 names, right?
And we would report his name, and then customer service would have to waste man hours figuring out who actually was in the right.
Which means that they're gonna have to record all the gameplay, right?
Yep.
So that they can go back and review it. Yeah, okay, I see.
It's an impossible situation, and yeah.
Even worse yet, though, is if it was community controlled.
Oh yeah, because then that guy, if he was a streamer, because that happened to Nathan, if that guy was a streamer, he would then have his 20,000 followers report our names. And if we only have 20 followers and we did the same, we're going to lose. I did see a
Really
couple of.
buzzard.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say apparently buzzards are hard to get.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, there's only a couple in the zone.
Yeah, there's really a handful I see. Oh, those are mostly basilisks. There was a handful of people. I was actually shocked. There was a handful of existing Pantheon supporters who came on my player reputation video and said that if anything like that were to ever get put in place, they wouldn't play the game. Like if there's a player reputation blacklist, they won't play. And I was like, I'm glad to see that there are some people who like the vision but don't support that aspect of it.
You wouldn't be able to play. You can't. Like, we just saw a perfect example.
Yep. Everybody's got an opinion of who's right and who's wrong.
Oh, you got a bunch of stuff to skin over here.
Oh, I do. Oh my goodness, my inventory is full.
Noob.
I was looking up. I got another Pantheon video I'm gonna be working on today for Friday, and I was going back and pulling old Brad McQuaid quotes. It's part of the whole "nothing's ever changed" argument, and pulling up old quotes that Brad made and statements that he gave to the press one year that changed from one year to the next year. But one of my favorite was when he was talking about the harmony, eHarmony, but he was calling it P Harmony. because he wanted to have like an eHarmony reputation-based system in the game, to where players would be able to rate each other and find groups based upon criteria.
That sounds like a horrid idea.
It was a horrific idea, and eventually they walked away from it. But I love that he was literally out there promoting it as fact, right? Like there, I forget I got the article saved. Like, he was on big business websites promoting these things as facts, and people were buying the pre-orders based on the facts that they were being presented with. And then when they took those things out of the game, because they decided it no longer fit the adaptive vision. But the game has never changed. Mostly I'm focusing on the next video is going to be the video about niche. But it is very interesting to be pulling up, dozens of articles from like 2017, 15, 16, 17, and even into 18, where like statements were given to the press about these factual things that were coming to the game, and I would say 80% of those things aren't in the current version of Pantheon.
I've been following Pantheon since probably 2015. I actually have, in Gmail, I have a folder for Pantheon, and I saved all the, letters and emails and stuff that they would send out. I'm curious if there's something in there.
These are repeatable, so I went and
Yeah.
turned that in so that I can.
Oh, I guess there's 3 we can turn. You had to get rid of the items for inventory. That's a good call.
The dark times will pass.
I didn't have 3 to turn in. I only had 1. What the hell?
Remember the Sunwell.
Inventory is full. Some bitch.
Yeah, I only had the
Glory
1
to the
completed.
Sindori.
Same.
Oh, maybe I did only have the 1 to complete.
We will have justice.
Why did it? Oh.
Farewell.
Oh, so those don't.
Some of them overlap.
Yeah, those don't count. Okay. That's why it was showing me 3 completions, because
Oh, because you had enough to cover one of them.
yeah, I had enough. Well, I had enough to cover one of them, but it was showing me that I had enough for 3.
Yeah.
All
I
right.
did the same thing.
Yeah, I should
Well, I
go.
dinged.
Grats by the way. I have on my Marginal Boundaries YouTube channel. I have all my old videos from when I was out on the beach in Playa del Carmen promoting Pantheon's Kickstarter, and those videos always make me chuckle. Correct, Mujin. Many people have no idea what niche means. Everything is pretty much niche depending on your point of view. Nothing will be for everyone. I understand the way they're using it, but it's not really right. Yeah. Are we basilisks and
True.
buzzards? Well, at least you dinged. We'll at least get 1 full level tonight. I want to go for cup number 3 of coffee, but then there won't be any left for Chris when she wakes up. I got yelled at when I did that yesterday.
Yeah.
Could you do that and then start a new pot?
I could,
No.
but that would.
No. Can't do that.
In my defense, I usually do, and that's why I got yelled at, was because I had forgotten to put the other pot on and came back and kept playing and was like, I'll do it later because she's still not going to be up for another hour and a half, an hour and a half. And then I forgot to go do it, and
It was at this precise moment he knew
He fucked up.
Yeah, and that's just one of the many reasons we use Keurig. Say what you will about the K-cups and
Hey,
filling up the landfills, but my wife and I drink different types of coffee. She's a decaf or a half calf person.
Hmm.
so we got a coffee maker. It's a drip coffee on the one side, and on the other side it takes K cups. And I'll tell you what, like in the wintertime, that's the coolest thing ever. Because when I come in at like 3 in the afternoon, I'm frozen. Just throw a K cup in there, make it, as opposed to like
Waiting 15
having to make.
minutes.
Yeah, exactly. Or making a whole pot that you're not gonna drink. Yeah.
Yeah, because Chris drinks
But
coffee with
those
milk.
those things are expensive. K cups, that's ridiculous.
Yeah, they are.
We have
But
a
you can mitigate some of the cost if, for example, you put them on auto ship on
yeah.
Amazon.
Yeah. Well, we have a discount grocery store here that gets like if a box gets damaged or something like that, I don't really know how they get them, but they do get quite a bit of K cups. Like, and they'll get Starbucks ones and all sorts of stuff. So I buy them there, and they're a little cheaper. I think they're like, I want to say they're like a quarter a piece or something like that. But you run the risk of having one that seal got or something.
Yeah, we actually find, because we have Costco here, and we do have a membership, and they sell the really giant boxes of K cups,
Hmm.
but they Amazon Prime with auto ship ends up being cheaper than anywhere else unless a local grocery store runs a sale. That's like the only time it's cheaper.
Amazon's gonna put
Costco's not cheaper.
Amazon's eventually gonna put everybody out of business. It will happen, in my opinion, because they can do things just like that. I mean, and it just ships to your door. You don't even have
Yeah,
to
I,
wait.
I, I living in the city got me spoiled because I rarely went out other than when I needed to get like a specialty item from the grocery store because I could get like 90% of what I wanted on Amazon, and then
And
in between that and like Uber Eats and Uber Delivery and why do I even need to go to the grocery store anymore unless you're really particular about the type of tomato that you're getting or making sure that it's the perfect maturity and ripeness. Like otherwise, just you can do it all through. Um,
I've even bought car and truck parts on Amazon, man.
yeah,
Like,
man, I'm gonna have to make room for this. What can I drop here? I guess I can use that on myself.
Oh, damn, that's a 12-second stun.
It's almost as bad as EverQuest.
rage quit.
Ugh,
That's
inventory is full.
stunned.
Hold up. Wait a minute.
It's called inventory management, yo.
Yeah, well, I don't have big enough bags, yo.
Can we get bigger than
Yes, but
12?
yeah, they're expensive and yeah.
Somebody
The
can make
cheapest ones to
bags.
get are the netherweave bags because they bind on equip.
Also, can't be resold.
Right. So unlike traveler packs that are also 16 slot, but the traveler packs they'll bind. You can transfer them between characters or resell them, and then they have the heavy netherweave, which are 18 slot. And I think mooncloth bags are up there too. But ultimately, if you've gone this far with it, just wait for Wrath, because then you're going to have Frostweave bags that are just like Netherweave, but they'll be 18, 20 slot.
Hmm.
It'll bind and they'll be cheaper. You're using an ammo pouch though, right?
Oh yeah, I lose a whole bag slot from that,
Yep.
but I gain almighty 13% deeps. Oh my goodness, inventory full. Well, let's get rid of that.
Inventory is full. I hear that constantly. Too far away.
See, I need.
Looks like I can do another
Yes.
turn in.
I haven't gotten enough yet to do a single turn in.
Winfell's ninja looting it all.
Well, it's on group loot, not my fault.
Uh-huh. You're also the group leader. We don't know that. Jokes, jokes. Or wait, do we know that? Can we look at loot rules?
Mujin is saying he hates the bind on equip system. He prefers the old hand-me-down resell. Yeah. I mean, I know why they did that, though, because of the inflation issues. And it's also the database issues. Because if you have an ever-expanding database, because people are continually flooding the market with more items and 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 more items, that does become a database issue down the road.
What's this?
Less
It
today than it
also
used to be.
discourages people from, going out there and getting new items.
Yeah, why should I go do the content if I can just buy it off the market? That's the thing. There's arguments for and against like every single
Yeah.
system.
It's also a way to take coin out of the game, because if you sell it on the auction house takes a cut.
I just want a cool pirate MMO.
For real.
Sea of
Like-
Thieves is pretty fun, but it's cartoony, so it's and then they've got that new co-op game that's coming out from Ubisoft, which looks interesting, but again, it's not an MMO, it's a co-op. Black.
Years
What's it
ago, there
called?
was a
Go ahead.
Years ago, there was a Pirates of the Caribbean MMO because me and Tristan tried it out, but I don't think it's even in existence anymore.
No, I think it's only an emulator now.
But yeah, like a cool pirate MMO would be just freaking like, and I feel like there's so much potential with that because like the housing could be
Your
could be
ship.
player housing, your ship, and then you can do like what Star Wars: The Old Republic did, where they have, like space battles. Only you could have ship battles. I mean, there's so much potential. Don't get me wrong; it would be hard, and there would be so many mechanics, but and the cosmetic options better be good, cause I freaking want a peg leg and an eye patch. Damn it!
How are you on time, by the way? Because I know
Oh, I got like 10 minutes.
Hold your head high.
Alright, I've got to sell before we do anything else, though.
Well, if we're going back to sell,
All right. Well,
sweet.
I can wait a few more minutes if you want to go kill some more
Uh,
mobs.
no, it's okay. It's all good. We can wrap. Tis all good. Got my ding. I mean, we're not gonna get any more stuff. I don't think. Been getting a decent amount of mage weave though.
I think that depends, Mujin, because if it's bind on equip and it's lore, or like it's not account transferable, I don't see a lot of banking going on at all because most items in a bind when it's bind on equip that's not transferable between accounts. Or between characters on your account, I should say. So I've never seen what you're talking about.
The bind down account things are cool. Because then you can pass them on to
Well, he
your
was saying he
character.
sees far more people collecting stuff in the BOE system.
Ah,
Never seen so many banking tunes since BOE was a thing, and I would respectfully disagree on that from my game dev side of things because one of the reasons we were going with bind on equip or bind on pickup, excuse me, for different quest items and stuff with Saga Lucimi was because of database. We just didn't want to have a never-ending database flowing thing
right.
because it was literally all about there's limited amounts of space in your bank and limited amounts of space in your inventory. Nothing is account wide, so it's bound to your character. So you can't bank it. There's no point to bank it because you can only use it on this character. You can't use it on any other character at all. So there was that eliminated the banking database for us. So I'm not quite maybe I'm misunderstanding what you're saying.
Yeah, I'm missing out on it too because based off of what he's saying though is it that sounds like an issue that he believes exists that doesn't actually exist.
Unless I'm misunderstanding the way he worded it, which could be the case. Because what I'm reading is that you're saying people bank more stuff in the bind on equip system, and I can tell you that the data does not show that. Because you limit their bank space and they can't trade between accounts. I can't sell that. I'm gonna have to make sure I take care of all this stuff before we go do the dungeon tonight because I've got very
That's
limited
what
space.
I
Yeah,
was gonna say. I'm flying back to the inn and I'm gonna sell a whole bunch. Try to find somebody to repair.
the BOE system is what fuels the auction house. So is he saying that he doesn't like the auction house? Because that's the only way you have one, is if stuff's BOE or. He's saying not to have it BOE, to just be able to have the item and transfer it forever.
Right. Like EverQuest back in the day. Man, I do not see. I'm debating because I don't know that we're going to come back here after this. We might just go to Ungro Crater after we do the dungeon. And I'm debating just getting rid of these Snickerfang. I'm just going to get rid of these. I don't want these items.
I got room cloth out of that at some point.
Nice. Because the pinchers and all those things dropped really easily and quickly. So I think we're okay on
Yeah, I
those.
think I was just reading Mujine's comment. I would say people are collecting for more stuff in the BOE system. Never seen many banking tunes since BOE was a
Oh,
thing.
maybe I misread what he said too.
I
Oh,
no,
banking tune. Oh, like a bank
yeah,
alt. Like a bank alt. Now that I went and reread that, that makes way more sense.
and I would
Cause
and I would say it's not because of BOE gear. It's actually because of materials for crafting.
yeah,
Because they later institute where things stack up to 200 and you have a whole separate crafting um, bank option. It's like 1,000 gold and you get like 100 slots in that banking tab that
Light,
that all crafting items go into.
light,
And I would say that's the issue, not BOE equipment.
Correct.
because
You're
they added all those things later that fixed needing to have banking tunes because you're holding on to 50 stacks of leather till you get to it, or herbs and enchanting items, and because they only stacked to like 20, later they stacked to 200, and they also had that whole banking system.
hmm Well, when he said banking tune, I was literally thinking the way I read it was the banking system. Um, I was reading it as in I've never seen so many people banking things with their tunes, and that's my brain at 6 o'clock in the morning. Um, Banking tunes are a different thing, but it still doesn't reflect like Maduric is saying. It's not about equipment; it's about all the stacks and stacks and stacks and stacks and stacks and stacks of, oh, I'm gonna roll this alt. I need to have all of these stacks of silk so that he can do first aid. And now I've got 50 stacks of silk that have to take up slots somewhere. Um, Banking alt, boom. I don't think I've banked any gear for other characters. I have 2 pieces of gear that are in my bank for this character. One is a gun that I can use at level 53. Ooh, I need to take that into the dungeon tonight because I'm gonna ding tonight. And the other one's a pair of pants at like level 66. Otherwise, it's entirely crafting items, stacks.
All right, I'll see you two dudes tonight.
All right, see you
All
tonight,
right, man.
Tim, I'll text you if I think I'm gonna be late or something, and
Okay.
you guys decide what to do with the information when I give it to you.
man. We'll probably just go run other quests until you get there.
All right, see you guys.
See ya. Rawr.
Yeah, they definitely realized the crafting item issue, which is why they ended up making the changes for things to stack to 200, and later they add the crafted item vault thing, where basically you just, as soon as you go into your bank, you get a button that says like store all crafting items or something,
Mhm.
and it'll pull everything from both your other areas of your bank and on your person and puts it in that other tab. Yeah, I would think that the only time, aside from like some gear upgrades that you would store, is if you're gonna do an enchanter, and you want to hold on to BOE stuff, or if you want to hold on to some BOE stuff till the market changes. Like if you're having trouble selling an item Monday through Friday, just wait till Saturday or Sunday. You're almost guaranteed to sell it then.
Mhm.
Did you want to switch over to the other characters?
Mhm. If you've got time, sure. Assuming my internet doesn't. The last couple mornings it hasn't crapped out until at 7:30, so I should have another hour and a half before it decides to start being poopy. I will need to go clean cat boxes and stuff. Here in a minute, I'll take an AFK. I'm gonna do some banking right now, actually.
King's honor, friend.
All right, let's see here. Point in case. My bank and 3 bag slots are 100% crafting mats. I only have 3 items in here. A cannon, bracers, and pants. Ain't no stashing of gear going on, man. Crafting mats. I have no space for crafting mats. Damn it. feel like I should just sell all these gems because they're not. I've never used them. I've been banking them forever. And they don't bring anything on the auction hall.
I think I get what the point Mujin's trying to make, but that point totally discourages an auction house completely.
Scorpid helm. Ooh, I can med this.
In this game, at least.
Careful.
Alright.
Because if you think of it like this, if you took BOE out of it, and that item you can then transfer around to other characters, that discourages you from going to the auction house to pay somebody else for that, which then reduces on your socialization.
It's a fair point. I mean, we saw it in EverQuest 1 to the point where the EC Tunnel, a lot of people will blame the Bazaar for killing EC Tunnel, but it was already starting to die off before they implemented the tunnel. That's why they designed the tunnel into the game, was because the market, a good example is like the Chrono. This is a perfect example. Chrono on live servers are worth, depending on where you're at, you know what I mean? Like the plat value of the Chrono depends on the saturation of the Chrono and the saturation of plat in the market. But also, like, a Sword of Lamentation back in the day would cost 10,000 plat, and then you get 2 years into the server, that Sword of Lamentation costs 10 plat. Because there's so many of them, the value has gone down. And no one needs the auction hall for it, because everybody's got one for their 10. This is the perfect example when we were on our TLP with our group, Maduros, and we remember when we were doing the hole the first time, and we were getting, or was it? No, it was Lower Guck. Maybe that was a previous rotation. But I remember even in the hole, we just kept getting the smoldering brands left, right, and center. And when the smoldering brands first started, they were like, 3,000 plat, and then they dropped to 200 plat because everyone's got smoldering brands. Like, you go out into the newbie part of Greater Fadark, and every single character has a smoldering brand.
Yep, because it's not bind on pickup
Exactly.
or bind on equip when you start to use it, so you can just resell it, and it's pointless to try to sell it at some point,
What's up, Trips? Good morning. All right, I'm switching to the mage, taking a few minute AFK. I will be back here in a few. Time to go do kitty stuff and bio and all those good things. Alright, I'm back, maybe? Sort of back. I also need to sell on this character because I got booted last night when I was playing. Okay, I have sold, so that's done at least. Alright, let's go back to reading chat. Get caught up on YouTube chat. Man, I got my foot. See, we had an accident in the kitchen. Mary had a little bit of a. I need to plug my phone in. Mary had diarrhea and had done the butt scoot across the floor all throughout the kitchen. As I was cleaning the litter boxes and I was getting my next cup of coffee ready, Chris went outside to have her coffee and cookies. I turn around and there's scooch marks all across the kitchen floor. Thank God we don't have carpet. But still had to get that cleaned up. Look at the rating system. Everyone has to go raid in order to get the gear. There's no way to get it. Binding made it to where everyone has to raid to get their cool gear, but EQ raiders could still sell their old gear. You use an example of market saturation to sell your point, but forget that in raiding, when everyone is buying and equipped, then it means everyone has to go there to get it. So your auction house is non-existent if you were to get based on a system. Whereas if your raid gear was sellable, you would have a market. No, you wouldn't though, Mujin, because the fraction of the players that actually do the raids is so tiny. That player base is so small that it would never support the auction house. It's less than 5% of the total player base is the amount of players that actually raid in a game. And if they are selling raid items on the market, the only people who can afford those items are going to be other players who are actively raiding because the price is going to be so high for those items. So it wouldn't be able to support a market in and of itself. Each system has its drawbacks? Yes. When you have a bind system, it means more shit has to drop in order for auction houses to exist. That part is somewhat true, but it also gets rid of the items because most people are selling those items, not banking those items. EQ allowed NPC vendors to resell what you sold them to a different player. To a degree, not all stuff was, but yeah, I mean, you could totally find like a tranquil staff on a broker selling to another player. I could say from a dev standpoint, no one wants to do an open. There's a reason why every single MMORPG to date, other than old school P99, every single game has moved to a bind on equip or bind on pickup system because it works. And I realize that players can have opinions about things. That's great, but it doesn't change what the data shows. And the data shows that the inflation system, the open market system, doesn't work, which is why they all use auction houses and bind and equip, bind on pickup. It's just there's a whole lot of reasons that it works. Yeah, it was yummy. That was not fun. Nothing like cleaning cat poop off the floor. Well, it really wasn't cat poop. It was just she had a mess on her back end and she didn't know how to clean it, so she was scooting it across the floor trying to clean it, and that's not the way you clean it, honey. Maybe in the woods, you scooch it across the floor and the dirt scrapes it off, but not in the house. Oh, I had a video that went out while we were... Let's get that out. All right, let's get this out on Twitter. All right, let's see how many of these accounts are still active.
All right, I'm back.
Welcome back. I am almost ready. August 23rd, so they were recently active. April 3rd, 2020. They were active a little bit ago. So it's these guys that don't do anything more. Gosh darn it, I screwed that whole thing up. So let's just delete these tweets. Okay, that's out. Alright, I think I'm finally actually finished with all my stuff.
Yep, yep. I was just reading through all of Mujine's comments here.
Yeah, I had responded to some of them already. Basically, I was saying that the one issue, though, is that the actual population of players who raid in a given MMORPG is less than 5% of the total population. Most games it's around 2 to 3%. And so that alone can't sustain a marketplace. Like the argument that people are going out there and raiding to saturate the market isn't actually, that doesn't actually happen because there's not enough people raiding to saturate. Most of those items are going to the players who are on the raids to use them, especially when you're talking about a bind-on pickup system.
Yeah, and most of the like planar gear is no trade in EQ, right?
Correct.
There's a couple things that, if you don't mind, I'd like to respond.
Go for it.
One of the things he mentioned was it killed the resell and hand-me-down market. Well, hand-me-down market, what's your point there? Because a market would be an exchange of goods between two different people. That's not a market. You're just basically saying you want to be able to hold on to your gear. And it made necessary boss mobs dropping 300 purples. Even with the retail legacy loot system where you go back and do old raids, boss mobs only drop a max of like 5 pieces of purple. So
Is that per kill or something? I don't know enough about World of Warcraft.
yeah, so like what they did is later on they instituted a legacy loot system where if you were 10 levels or more levels higher than the raid content, the legacy loot system is enabled so that if you go back and do old raids solo, the boss mobs will drop the maximum amount of purple items that they would normally drop. So if a raid of 25 people went in there, that boss has a chance of dropping a max of 5 purple items for various classes. If you go back and do that, it'll always drop 5. Not just a chance of dropping 5, it'll always drop 5. 5 random items from its loot table. So I'm assuming that was just a gross
Overgeneralization.
exaggeration just to make a point.
Gotcha.
But that's the only time that was really a thing, because it was only a chance of dropping a total of 5. Usually they only dropped 2. And that just depended on the size of the raid. 10 man it would drop 2, like 25 man it would drop 4 or something like that. And going back to the banking tunes, I saw plenty of banking tunes on EQ. I don't know what version of EQ you played back in the day, but I saw plenty when I played during live.
I know we had at least for the guild, we had half a dozen bank alts for the guild back in the day before they made and this might have been, I don't even know if they ever gave you guild banks in EverQuest 1. If they did, it was later than I ever played. But I know EverQuest 1, the lack of a guild bank led us to creating tons of bank tunes for the guild. And I know I had a couple myself as well, just for selling things. But
Yeah, and I think all in all, because there's a lot more points I could make to each and one of every comment, but I think ultimately you just need to keep in mind the progression systems in EQ are way different than they are in World of Warcraft.
well, even like base progression in EverQuest is so different today that that's when I did that video the other day. There's 3 different versions of EverQuest right now, so it's like it's such a different beast today compared to what it used to be. And most of the changes they implemented were things that were done to enhance the game. Yeah, you were over exaggerating, Mujin, with the 300 purples. Yeah, gotcha.
Yeah, like for example, a majority of the EQ endgame progression isn't necessarily gear. It's AAs. That's their version of vertical progression, where WoW's version is gear. It's item level. and they don't have. And now correct me if I'm wrong too, but like when they release a new when they're releasing new expansions for EverQuest, like all the raids would be in right away. Is that correct?
Sorry, I was spaced out. You said all the raids would be in when they release the expansion for EverQuest?
Correct.
Yes, EverQuest 2 at least.
Yeah.
EverQuest 1, I'm a little more
So
vague
the
on, but
examples that were being used was EverQuest. So
yeah.
WoW is completely different in that there's a constant vertical progression because each time, like, not all the raids are in. They release one raid that's at a certain item level. Then a few months later, they release another raid that's at a higher item level that'll have more stats. So that's the WoW progression. Whereas EQ, once they got to AAs, the main progression for you isn't going to be gear; it's going to be AAs.
You just brought up another interesting point though about the banking system is that or the banking of loot is that I don't see any banking of loot happening in the WoW system because of the fact that you're constantly moving to the next tier of progression. So you're eliminating the gear that you had before and moving to the next tier, which means it just gets sold.
Yeah,
And
it's only going to be like those characters that are going to be a tank and then DPS. They might have two sets of gear.
right. And then the point about hand-me-downs, that's true, but like I think that might have just been a misuse of the word, or maybe lumping it all together, because that there is no market for hand-me-downs, like you said, because it's not actually a market. That's just hand-me-downs. Like a market is the give and take, the buying and selling. Um, but with the tiered system, the way the World of Warcraft does it, it basically makes sure that the gear is constantly being funneled out of the game. Because you're constantly updating it and getting rid of the old stuff. So um, there's never a
Yeah.
chance for things to accumulate because we're moving to a new tier in 3 months, and then 3 months after that it's a new tier, and 3 months after that another new tier, and people
Now,
just throw that away.
yeah, and then in Classic WoW, it works for this game, the BOE system, because that's why, for example, you go on the auction house and you see a level 20 of the Tiger item, a BOE item, it still has its value. I mean, people are going to sell that for like 10 gold, still to this day.
I killed the 5 I need around here, by the way, so we can just run around and get your 5, the Doom Slayers, Sayers.
Yeah, these also drop the skulls, I think. We need skulls to summon something.
Oh, didn't know that.
I think. Or that might be for a quest we don't have yet. Yeah, I think it's just hard to make a comparison between the two because the progression is different for both. So the loot system kind of goes along with the progression for each game.
Hmm.
Because like as a warrior, you're realistically in EverQuest, you're gonna wear the same gear whether you're tanking or DPSing. You may switch out one or two items that might have a little bit more stamina if you're tanking, but unlike in WoW, where you're going to have a totally different set of gear and talents, like
What?
your character drastically changes between those two, whereas a warrior is a warrior in EQ.
Oh, I'm locked in combat for some reason. It won't even let me camp out. wonder what I tagged that has me locked in combat. Whatever. We can
It's
run.
possible one of these ones that's like channeling
Oh. I bet it is because I.
aggroed on you, but didn't actually attack you.
Yeah, I guarantee that's what it was. Because one of them ran close to one of the other ones. It just cleared. Yep. So. Oh, I'm gonna have to run from that. Okay, so what you're talking about is your last experience with Live Bougine was Luckland because you didn't like the expansion, so you quit playing then. I played it all the way to GOD, and I can say that my experience with the guild was much different. We never did hand-me-downs. Like, the raid tank got his gear, that was his gear, and he could use that for his alts. And I don't remember ever doing any hand-me-downs from like one raid tank to another because the raid tank was the raid tank. The backup tank would go get an equal set of gear, not get any hand-me-downs. And it was only when the tank would get an upgrade, as an example, he would then pass that down to his alts, but we never like geared up other characters with the loot from the first character. That was a big no-no. Like, you want it, you earn it.
So it looks like we need to kill these cleft hoof and then use the
Thumper
drum on
on
them.
there. Well, that's to summon the big worm. Can we do the big worm by ourselves? It
Let
says
me
suggested
see.
players 3.
You know, there's a guy over here that'll help us kill it.
Alright.
I think this guy here.
The Naru
We can
have
grab
not
his quest.
forgotten us. Blessings upon your
Okay.
family.
So I think we'll actually have two. Let's see if we can give it a try.
Says kill the Cleftos and use the Thumper on their corpses. Oh, you're saying if we pull it back over here, he'll help us. Gotcha.
He'll help us with the worm. Unless they changed it with a patch.
Oh, he definitely is attacking something.
The sand gnomes. No.
Alright, so pull another one back.
Yeah, I mean, I would say that EQ has a lot more horizontal progression, whereas WoW is all vertical progression. So honestly, you know, gear is a much more factor, much bigger factor in WoW.
Oh my god! He's not helping with this. There he goes. Did he spawn an ad or did that thing just
It added.
accidentally added? Okay. Can I sheep those?
No, I think they're elementals.
Yep, they're totally elementals. Help him burn it down real quick. Oh, he likes me. No! Mana shield! Ice block! Woohoo!
Got him.
I'm not sure where we're not disagreeing on that point, Mujin. Gear was always very important. The better the stats on it, the more shit you could handle. But what I'm saying is that my guild didn't do hand-me-downs. If the sword was best in slot, we went and got that sword for everyone who could use it. We didn't hand it down to someone else who might, like, you know what I mean? If you had an item, um, I think the only time I could ever think that anything ever got handed down was when we did it to our personal alts. But I also ran for a long time, and I was in. We didn't do DKP either. We did officer assigned loot, so it's a little bit different than what a lot of people did as well.
I don't know. I'm of the opinion you can't make a direct comparison.
Yeah, I mean EQ's
Because
EQ, WoW's
the
WoW.
progression is much different.
Yeah.
I mean, the progression being much different is just a fact. So
It's mana. I much prefer the systems that exist now where when you go on a raid you get a quest reward. That was one of the things I hated about EverQuest raiding was it was a random chance to drop an item, and that item might be something that no one on the raid can use because it was completely random. I did not like that system at all. I was so happy when they moved to the system of there's a quest, the quest has items that you can use, and when you kill the boss mob, you get the quest update and you get an item. I always like that. Or it drops something that, like in the case that you use, it drops 5 things. That way, multiple people on the raid can get something that can be used. And if something drops that no one can use, well, you call in somebody else and let them loot it. Assuming they're flagged for the raid zone. But I like the EQ2 and WoW system of questing. I love the mythical raids in EverQuest too. That was a lot of fun. And the fact that it was like these big, long quest chains to get everybody their epic weapons. And while you're doing it, you're also getting loot from the boss mobs. So you're not only getting quest gear, you're also getting the random gear. I'm guessing there's no more spiders north.
yeah, looks like we got a mage farming these for their spider web stuff.
Oh, totally. Oh, you fucker. Mujin, I love you, man. You got to work on the way you talk the way you type things. I'm not going to take offense to that, but other people would take offense to the way that was typed. Because I know you and I know that you're passionate about the subject matter and there's no tone of voice context. Got news for you, but EQ had epic Dude, I am as much of an EverQuest veteran as any other player out there. I'm intimately familiar with the fact that EverQuest had epic quests for gear. EverQuest had one epic weapon quest. What I'm talking about is EverQuest 2, World of Warcraft. You get to do multiple quests for gear pieces. So instead of going in and relying upon a random chance of something cool for you dropping, you get a guaranteed chance that every time you run the raid, you're going to get something for you because you have lots of quests to do those. Raid quests added a lot to games, whereas EverQuest only ever had show up, earn DKP, or use an officer loot system, or whatever was the preferred method for your guild. And then you get an item, maybe. Maybe you get an item. It depends on what that raid boss feels like dropping today. Whereas EverQuest 2 or Warcraft, other games like that that have a quest-based raiding system, you're going to get something every time you go, which I prefer. It also gets rid of the need for DKP because you don't need to be worried about points to get people gear when everyone can get something. Why do I have unread mail? Oh, that's me sending myself stuff. There's a spider! Spider! Mine! Another spider!
I got one coming in too.
Just running around looking for spiders real quick. Oh, got one. Got another one over here. Grab this one. Oh, we get quests. Ah, I didn't realize we had a quest for that. Because it's been so infrequently that we've gotten an update. Because there's all the other guys that can be trapped in there. Oh, there's a spider over there. 2 spiders. 3 spiders. I wonder if I can get them all before that mage does.
Grab another one.
Okay. Oh, I dinged. Woohoo! Oh, need to loot up something here. I'm gonna stick following your quick, Mads. Chris is yelling at something. I gotta go see what kind of chaos is happening.
I got someone's yelling at me too. Over here.
All right. This guy's taking a few to go down. All right, well, at least he got credit for that. That's good. I wonder how close the range is on these victims. Guess we'll find out. Did you get credit for that freed warrior?
I need 3 of 6.
Okay, you did not. You got credit for the spiders, but not the warriors. That's interesting. I do, Chris. Thank you. I'll come. Yeah, that would be awesome if you have time. Half a cup is fine. Thank you.
Okay, I'm half AFK. I had breakfast brought to me.
Sure. We just need the warriors at this point, so I'll run around and open the thingies. Yep, thank you. Thank you. Alright, that quest is done, so we can go turn that in.
Good fortune.
Terekarantula?
Remember the lessons of the past.
Oh, yeah. Follow me. This one will trigger your arachnophobia.
Oh, I had a little trigger last night running through, our Tuesday night, running through Lord of the Rings Online. Went right before I crashed because we were in the Mirkwood there. There's that one pit with a giant spider in it. Oh shit, you're not lying. That's Oh, I do got the heebie-jeebies. That's. Oh my god, that's what that is. bitch summoned me. Where's my health pot? Ah! Oh no, she didn't summon me. I hit the wrong ability. I like teleported into her.
Oh, did you blink?
Yeah, I totally blinked. Oh, I thought I got summoned to my death. Mandibles of a spider, but it was my own stupidity clicking the wrong button. Oh, that'll wake you up. All right.
The Legion's end draws near. Good health, long life.
The Dread Relic. Oh, did I lose you on autofollow? Sorry.
No, I didn't hit it.
I'll come back real quick.
Nope, I'm on my way.
Okay. You can just stick follow on when we get here, and I'll take us back to the other place. And there's turn-ins over there, it looks like.
Okay, good to go.
Okay. There's like a clickable I'm seeing on my map over here. I'm just gonna run over here and see what this is. The Dread Relic.
Oh yeah.
Oh shit, maybe I shouldn't have done that.
Nope, they're low health.
Okay, do we
Sure.
kill him? Okay. Whew. Panic! Alright.
Normally you would, yeah. Just start running.
Oh my
Okay.
god!
Yeah, they're low health, so you can just blast them.
Alright, now that I sidetracked us onto an adventure.
Oh, nice. This quest gives a spell dagger.
Arcanon Poros. You got my attention.
Strike.
Watch your back.
I like the Shawnee's Chris knife because that's totally Dune references there. That's pretty awesome.
The Legion
Revered
will
Mother's
fall.
Chris knife. And the fact that we were fighting sandworms. That's really cool. Nice little Easter egg there.
Do not lose faith.
Alright, what do we got here? I need to sell. Can I sell? Don't think I can sell anywhere here. Dun, dun, dun.
Wife made me a ham and cheese omelet,
Mm.
and she cut the ham into little itty bitty pieces. And my cat is going absolutely insane. Keeps jumping up and trying to paw. Like, I want some of that.
Yeah, if Lucas is in the room when Chris brings me my sandwich or my breakfast, if she doesn't pay attention, if he's in here, he totally does it. He gets up and he'll stand at the side of my chair, and I'll put the plate on my lap, and he just keeps reaching up and pawing at it until I give him a bite. That's funny. Cats, man.
Yeah, till she brought the plate in, He was like comatose.
Yeah, he'll wake up from his nap every time she does it. It's the funniest
Uh-huh.
thing ever. It's like sound asleep and then, ooh, what's that? Somebody brought food. Ooh, are you gonna share? That's weird, Mujin. Most cats love it. The kittens in particular, they get their dry food, but even if they've just ate 10 minutes before, if I then go make breakfast or something, they're immediately there, like, screaming for it because they prefer people food to kitty food. They're like, you've got something that's better than my crunchies. I guess we need to loot that death speaker or something.
Yeah, they'll drop the skulls. We now have that quest.
Yeah. Okay.
So actually, probably want to put it on free for all, and then you just loot everything, because only one of us needs to get the 20 skulls.
Okay.
And if we don't do it that way, then we'll both be
Be
looting
taken
and
forever.
splitting.
Okay.
And I think they're no trade, so
Do they only drop off the, what were
the
those
death
guys?
speakers.
Yeah, and I don't see a lot of them. You need 20?
Yeah, there's a lot on that pile that we were at
Okay.
when we first started out.
Chronokai Christor. May your days be long.
Still not better than the robe I got from that dungeon. Multiple turn-ins inside that area as well. I still haven't. Interesting.
Yeah, we can go down there. Those are all the...
How do you get down there? I could not figure that out the other day.
Alright, yeah, I'll show you. There's an entrance right here.
Holy shit, how did I miss this? I ran around this thing. I could swear I ran around the whole thing yesterday, and then the entrance is literally right here. What the hell? Ugh. There are mobs down here?
No, just the entrances to the. Oh, I took the wrong way, but we can jump down here.
Bacon. Bacon sounds good.
You can mount up down here though.
Woot.
And the stone's right in the middle.
Okay. I got a quest to turn it over to the left and a quest to turn it into the right. It's a pretty cool looking place. Well, if there are 4 entrances just like that, I must just not have seen them yesterday morning when I was running around. Oh, these must be dungeon quests. Hold up. Wait a minute.
Some of them, yeah. Most of them are. Some of them are. They have you do something outside first, and then it leads to a quest inside. Like this one over here, we have to go kill lost spirits and broken skeletons out in the wastes where we just were.
Alright, I gotta go pick that up. And that one has us picking up Terex Mask, Terex Quill. Use the coffin and kill its contents. That must be up top.
That coffin, yeah, it's up top around
Yeah,
the circle.
yeah,
up
we've
top.
got clickies on the other side too, so I just kind of assumed they're both up top. Then there's one north of us. I'm assuming that's another entrance. I kill you.
Oh yeah, that pole arm's good for hunter.
Alright, I think I've got all these quests now. I don't know what's what, so follow on you.
All right, I actually need the FK for just 2 minutes.
That's plenty of time for me. I'll go check YouTube comments and stuff. Go interact with the people who come on the videos and say, "That's right, just disregard every valid point I made." No, you made some opinions. I made opinions. Welcome to the channel, Pixify. What's up, Crinkle? On pace for 74 Tuesday? Yeah, not gonna happen. But hey, it's nice to have dreams. I could be your Reddit guy. Okay. Idrul says, been really vibing on the Varsoon server solo. Love your group with you in guildies sometimes. We play Tuesdays. Sorry, Saturdays. What am I saying? Tuesdays. Tuesdays is Lotro. I'm in the Lotro mindset. EverQuest 2 Varsoon is Saturdays at 2 p.m. What's up, Brian? Good morning. Push it. Yeah. Might get to 78, but not going to make it to 68. Sorry. 68. Might get to 68, but we're not going to get to 70. Lotro tourism videos out. Link just dropped into YouTube. Today we're just exploring Buckland and the Old Forest. Check that out if you get a chance. It's also up in Discord, out on social. We're approaching It's about 7:45 in the morning. We'll see if my internet is gonna crap out again this morning because they've been doing crazy stuff around 7:30 in the morning and 7:30 at night. So we'll see. If it does, I'll be back tonight. We have our multi-stream event happening at 5:30. Excuse me, I'll be starting at 5 p.m., but the multi-stream event starts at 7:30 tonight. We're gonna be doing the Sunken Temple tonight. Yeah, I could if I didn't play anything else but Warcraft. I got a lot of other games in my list, and I gotta do like four. I gotta make 4 different videos. I gotta do the next. I gotta do the next Pantheon video. I gotta do the next MMORPG analysis video. I got another Rings of Power video. I need to do the Lotro Chicken Coop update for Saturday for the members here on YouTube for the Adventurers Guild. So that's like 5. Got like 5 videos I need to do today and tomorrow. And today is a Patreon post, so I gotta work on today's Patreon post. Chris has taken the 3 male cats to the vet today. Get them checked up and see if we can get them scheduled for neutering. Lots of stuff happening. All right, I'll be right back. All right. Gotta catch up on all the things. Too many games on the roster. Feel that on video making. Rebecca says, new semester starting. I have to redo half my videos since software changed. Yeah, it'll happen. Now, what's going on in guild chat? Oh, that was funny. I'm like not paying attention. I'm like reading guild chat instead of like paying attention. I totally just ran into like a bunch of mobs. I thought I was following you.
Oh crap. Well. Nope, it can't be traded. Shit. Do
It's
you
all
have
good.
any skulls?
I do. I only have one. So go ahead and you loot.
Okay. Okay, yeah, so you just loot from now on.
Okay. I forgot that we were doing this. I just got back.
Yeah, I did too.
Oh, so it's these casters. Cool. Fuck, I left my coffee in the kitchen. Ah! Oh well, I've had enough.
I wonder if the people that love like the hardcore. Oh god, there wasn't a skull though. The people that like the hardcore death mechanic, if they also would prefer the hardcore purchase mechanic of video games.
Meaning?
Let's go back to having to go to the store at midnight for a release and stand in freezing cold.
Oh, yeah.
Hell, because even when Wrath launched, there was no digital. You had to buy it.
I know some people will say that they prefer to have the physical items, but you can order everything directly to your house these days. It's like I do not miss having to go to stores for anything. There's only one case I can think of where I don't mind the live component, and that's for a live show. Like if I'm gonna go to a conference or a concert or the theater, cool. That's part of why I'm going out. But otherwise, I don't want to go nowhere.
Oh gosh, I did it again. Looks like is there loot on here for you?
Nope.
Oh, that's crappy. So the skulls doesn't matter if it's on free for all.
We're gonna get them anyway. All right, let's put it back on
Yeah.
group loots.
You have let's see.
I have 4.
Okay, so but you definitely have the quest Evil Draws Near.
Yep. Terebus the Cursed.
Yeah, I saw in the news recently that was it Regal filing for bankruptcy and AMC stocks dropped.
I know a couple of people who made a bunch of money on AMC earlier in the year, and now they may be losing their skin because they had kind of invested a little heavily into it, but it's all dropping now. I love this is the difference between my wife and I. I love movie theaters. Love it. I've loved movie theaters my whole life. However, as I've gotten older, I can't stand the spectacle of waiting in line. And I used to do this. I mean, I think we've all done this. Like Star Wars, James Bond, Avatar, like standing in line for 2-3 hours to get good seats, right? So you want to be first in line. And now, I don't want to go to the movie theater unless I can go to a VIP theater where I'm going to get reserved seating, like where I can buy the ticket that I want, get the seat that I want. I can show up 5 minutes before it goes live, and I can get my seat, sit down. I don't have to wait in line. I like the VIPs where they serve beer and food. Do I need to sheep that? Hold up. Wait a minute.
Let me put some pimping in it.
Put what now?
You said, hold up, wait a minute. And I said, let me put some pimping in it.
I still love the theater
Yeah.
experience, but I want to go to a VIP where I can get beer and food, get my own private chair. You know, I don't want to have to wait in line for anything these days. And that maybe just getting old, but also if I'm going to pay money for something, I want it to be special. Standing in line does not make
Yeah.
me special. Standing in line makes me one of the plebs.
Around here, now I don't know if this is the case across the U.S., across the world, or what, but my wife and I have gone to the theater several times since COVID. After they reopened, of course, which was about a year ago. When you buy your ticket, you immediately select your seat.
That might be a change that's happened. Like you said, it could be unique to where you live. I've not been in the movie theater in the U.S. in like a decade, so
Yeah, it's only been since COVID because they keep seats in between
reserved.
people.
Yeah.
Yeah. Which I kind of like because, before you just bought a ticket and you go in the theater and sit wherever.
Yeah, I don't miss that at all.
But now it's like they have a little, their registers touchscreen.
Yep.
And they have you pick your seat and you can see who else, where other people are sitting.
That's what blew my mind was like I've been doing that for like over a decade in like Cancun, even back when I lived in Bulgaria, like in the early 2000s. It was all touchscreen and choose your own seat. So it was really weird. I remember I came back to the States and I went to see a movie with my brother around 2010 maybe, 2010, 2011. And I was like flabbergasted that we had to stand in line to go see a movie. I was like, we don't get to pick our seats? And he was like, no. That was the last time that I went, no, that's not true. Well, see, I've gone in the movie a couple times with my brother in the small farm town they live in, and yeah, you don't. It's not a nice movie theater. It's like a 50-year-old 30-seater, smells like old feet and moldy popcorn, and you
Yeah.
know, it's so we don't have to drive 2 hours to town, so we just go watch movies there, and it's in a bowling alley. It's that old school. Um, They also don't charge you full price. They only charge like $4 or $5 to go see a movie there. So, um, but I haven't been to like a city theater in a long time, so I don't know what it's like there. But like you said, touchscreen, select your seat, only way to roll.
Yeah.
And also,
and now, I mean,
Go
with
ahead.
65-inch
Thank you.
4K
It's
TVs,
literally
and
what I
you
was
can
about to
do
say.
Prime Video, where it's cheaper than the cost of 2 tickets
Yep.
to watch the movie as it's out in the theater.
You were literally speaking to the same thing
And
that
I
I
can
was going to
pause
say.
it to take a piss.
Well, I think the only thing lacking is like a badass surround sound system in my place, but you could totally get one of those and install it.
Yeah. Now, the one thing where my wife and I differ, because we both love to go to a movie theater, but she loves drive-ins.
Yeah, I do
And
not.
now I don't mind them, but the problem is, like, they're only open during the freaking hot months around here, and sitting in your vehicle sweltering to watch a movie,
Mm-mm.
even though you might get 2, 3 movies for the admission, they make their money at the concession. Um, it's just not enjoyable. And then if you don't sit in your car, like the ones around here, you're gonna be sitting in the grass and just get eat up by freaking mosquitoes. I'm like, do you find this enjoyable?
Man, that sounds like I'll pass.
This is when the last time we went, they brought out it was the new what was the superhero Pixar family?
Oh, gosh darn it, there's two of them now. Two films. We actually went and
Yeah,
saw one with my brother, Incredibles.
Incredibles, yeah. So when the second one of that came out at the same time, it was the Ocean's 13 female version, the
Oh,
Me Too version.
yeah, I haven't even watched that one, yeah.
So it was those two movies, and then at the end, I think it was Godzilla or something. They're all out around the same time. I have 19 skulls.
I have also have 19.
Oh, here we
There's
go.
20.
Let me get a food buff. I mean, there's people that, like, there's definitely a cult following around here for drive-ins. People bring these ridiculous portable radios that are like portable surround sound systems. Some people bring couches from their trucks and just plop them in the grass.
Wow.
Oh, did you hit it?
I did not. What are we doing here?
Oh. Go ahead, you can hit yours.
What am I doing, though?
It's the relic, the Dread Relic you have to click.
Okay.
And it should be like a bone dragon or something, I think.
Do we have to do it at more than one place?
No, it's here. He should fly down at some point. Although I don't see him.
And it used all my skulls. Yeah, it totally used all my skulls.
Huh. I don't know where the heck he's at.
I don't see him flying around. I've seen him before, but I don't see him this morning.
Well, I guess I still have mine, so maybe we just go do a couple other quests, come back.
Yeah, I mean, how many turn-ins? See some more broken skeletons. Dash Nabbit, he healed. And I'm going to fight you on that every time, Mujin, because a hardcore death mechanic like that does not take into account the person whose power goes out, whose internet goes out, the mom who has to, her kid has an emergency, just broke his hand, and she's got to run from the computer and immediately, she doesn't have time to camp out in a safe spot. She has to leave right now. Kid just broke his hand. Gotta go. No time to log out. No time to get to a safe spot. And her dying, those people dying and then losing an item, losing XP, losing levels. That is never, ever, ever going to be a fair solution for people like that. And those situations absolutely do exist. And it's an absolutely valid reason why those types of mechanics cannot work in a game that respects players' time. If the developer doesn't give a shit about respecting players' time, then they can absolutely code those things in. But you're going to hurt those types of players just so that a handful of the population can feel the quote unquote challenge or quote unquote risk of the game. I'm not disagreeing with you that it's a valid mechanic for the people who want it. I'm saying that when you bunch people together in the same group, you're gonna have people who are gonna be unjustly punished for playing the game by a system that has those types of features in it. I think the perfect solution would be to have a game that but again, this is not going to work because of the path of least resistance. But if you had a game that allowed there to be an optional death penalty for the players who wanted to suffer it. Oh, I want item loss. Okay. You can have item loss. But I play in your group. I don't want item loss. And so I'm going to choose not to have item loss, and yet you're going to choose to have item loss. The problem with that solution is that everyone's going to choose the path of least resistance, and no one's going to choose item loss, because no one's going to willingly lose an item. But I can't get behind any system that's going to lump together the average ordinary player that has an emergency and is going to be penalized for the emergency just because. Like, that's not a good system at all. That's poor game design.
Yeah, I don't know any MMO, live service MMO that has that type of mechanic.
They don't for those reasons. Like,
Single player games, sure, but that's single player, not comparative to an MMO.
yeah, you can save your like people keep bringing up the Elden Ring example. Single player game, you can save your progress. You can walk away. It's not a live service MMORPG.
Yeah, you also don't have other people training mobs onto you, and
Correct.
killing you.
Yeah, that was the example I gave in one of my comments last night was, so what about I'm playing in a game, I'm minding my own business, we're in a safe spot, we've had the camp for 4 hours. It's our camp, it's safe, nobody's died, and then another player comes and pulls a train on us. We wipe, right? Now all of a sudden we have to do a corpse run. We've lost items, we've lost XP, we've lost levels. How is that fair? How is that a system that quote unquote challenges me? Because that wasn't a part of the challenge. That was another player being a douche. Oh, player reputation, vote that player down. That still doesn't solve the fact that I had to do a corpse run, I lost an item, I lost levels, I lost XP for something that was not my fault at all. I'm not saying you bring up Elden Ring, Mujin. Many people in the comment sections of my videos continually bring up Elden Ring to defend their hardcore death penalty stance. Proof! It's proof that people want hardcore games, hardcore death penalties. It's not an MMO. It's not valid.
Yeah.
Whether or not the camp system is community made has nothing to do with the example I just offered about someone training my group. That has nothing to do with the camp system. We were talking about death mechanics, and now you're talking about the camp system. Those are two different things. You were talking about item loss, which has to do with the death mechanic, which is what I was commenting on. And now you're talking community camp systems. That's a different topic.
Yeah, I mean, I would be surprised, even if it makes it to live, that it lasts very long. A hardcore death mechanic,
Hmm.
because when they start seeing when they don't see the numbers they need to keep it a live service, they either see people leave and people are saying, death mechanics too hardcore, because when you consider all the other facets of the hardcoreness that they're planning on, like.
So respectfully,
No.
Mujin, I disagree that the players were the ones who came up with the camp system, because if you go into Lower Guck on level, there is one place you can go and one place only, and that's the bedroom. You're not going anywhere else in that dungeon. You're doing the bedroom and the spiders that are in the area around the bedroom. everything beyond those tunnels are red mobs. You can't do those levels. You can't do those mobs. So you're forced into doing that camp. So if Pantheon has a similar system where there is that type of a game design in place where you have a wall of mobs that you can't get beyond, that's not the players coming up with a camp system. That's the game having a camp system, like EverQuest. Lower Guck is designed around specific quote-unquote safe spots in the zone. The bedroom camp, the assassin camp, so on and so forth. And you just can't go beyond that. You cannot crawl. We had this discussion the other day, and I know you were on. I know you were in that conversation on YouTube. You cannot crawl Lower Guck the way people actually talk about dungeon crawling. That has nothing to do with risk. That's just the way the game was designed. We're at that camp because it's the only thing our group can do because the mobs are red beyond this camp. Therefore, we have to sit here and pull mobs and kill mobs until we level to get to the point where we can move deeper into the dungeon. There is no linear path in the EverQuest example of dungeons. It is go to this area, pull mobs, level up, move to the next area, pull mobs, level up, move to the next area, level up, so on and so forth. And in that system, if I'm at a camp and another player willingly pulls mobs on top of me, and I lose levels and I lose XP and I lose items, not cool. That's not challenge at all. That's someone else doing something that affects my gameplay. I'm okay to be penalized for things that are my fault, but it's the things that aren't my fault that I will argue against 100% because people being penalized for things that are out of their responsibility, mom going AFK because her kid broke his leg, those types of things. Yeah. Trip says, what about some sort of a system? Hang on, let me get on my horse and read your comment, Trips. I'm just an everyday, ordinary motherfucker. Trip says, what about some sort of system where you get a stacking buff the longer you're alive? If you die, it drops off and then you have to start the buff over again. Only builds when not in a rest area. That's a brilliant idea. I love that idea, Trips. I like that. A way to reward you for staying alive as opposed to penalizing death. That's brilliant, dude. The only downside to that is how do you buff the mobs against the players who have that? Or maybe it's an XP bonus, like the longer you stay alive, the more XP you get for killing mobs. Because it can't be related to buffing your character, because then that trivializes the content, because the players who stay alive the longest will then be able to have God mode turned on. But you're still avoiding the topic, Mujin. Let's go back to the original thing you said was you support item loss, and I said I don't support item loss because of all of these reasons. The mom whose kid broke her leg, a group pulling a train on top of my group, my power goes out, my internet goes out. Why should I be penalized with item loss, level loss, XP loss, and etc. when those things are outside of my control? That's the question at hand. It's okay for you to want item loss, but I don't. And if I'm grouping with you, why should I have to accept level loss and item loss if my internet goes out? Because it's been going out recently, and I'm using that as a very valid example because I'm constantly struggling with the storms and other things. And if I was playing P99 with the internet issues that I'm having right now, I'd be so screwed. So my question to you would be, you can support item loss, but what do you propose for the people who have the emergencies that are being unjustly punished? Why should they also be punished so that you can have item loss in your game? Now, normally when I see the comments made by people on YouTube, most people will say things like, "Well, if you don't like the game, don't play the game." Well, that's true, but then you get into the scenario of P99 where there's only 800 people playing the game. Well, we're just finishing up quests here, Crinkled. Trip says, or you can have it set to not apply within dungeons or raids. That could work. I do like the idea going back to that though, about the rather than penalizing death, you are rewarding players for playing well. An XP buff always works great.
I would argue that makes more sense than rested XP.
Yeah, because rested XP gives it to everyone regardless of how well they play.
Yeah, you just need to camp out in an inn to get a bonus. I think it would be a better mechanic if it was you got a XP bonus for staying alive longer. That would totally be cool.
But see, Mujin, you're still telling me what you're literally saying is I'm gonna read his comments. He says, I was talking about what's in my bags, and I would never keep big named items in my bag in that system. I would not play that system in your situation, but I have reliable servers. So I can mitigate that random power loss risk. But see, you still haven't given me a solution. I shouldn't have to mitigate. You're saying mitigate a problem that's not your problem, right? You're saying I can mitigate something that's not. I shouldn't be punished for anything that's outside of my control at all. I shouldn't need to mitigate something that's outside of my control. I shouldn't be penalized for something that's not my fault. End of story, full stop, period. So mitigating the situation still doesn't solve the fact that it's happening in the first place. It needs to be eliminated because you shouldn't be penalizing people for things that aren't their fault, you know. That's like spanking your kid for robbing a cookie when he didn't actually rob the cookie. It was his sister that robbed the cookie. Well, you were in the same room, you were in the same group. You're getting spanked too.
Akal Hekta.
And you also, I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, Mujin, I think you just told me,
Peace for you.
I think what you just said was, I wouldn't play that system in your situation, which is the same, and I may be stepping in a line here, but that's the same argument as if you don't like it, don't play it. Is essentially what that says is, well, if your internet sucks, don't play the game. Right? That's kind of what I take away from that. I could be misunderstanding.
I've the finest wares in the
Which
land.
again, still does not there's no solution in there. You know, the game developer has to have a solution so that the people who want the hardcore penalties can have it without penalizing the people who don't want it, or situations where there's something happening outside of their control, because it's not fair to punish those people for something that's outside of their control.
Safe travels.
Yeah, I
Trip
mean,
says,
what do all these people that want this hardcore death mechanic? What do they think is the reason why it's not in any games, like live service games? Do they think it was like? I'm curious what they think happened to cause that to go away.
Trip says maybe a 5% buff, but then when you're level capped, you get a 1% stat buff. Trips, again, the only problem with a stat buff, obviously, yes, you could cap it which would be a solution. Um, so yeah, I guess if you cap it, I could kind of get behind that if there's a cap to it, like a 1% stat bonus, and then it caps out at 5%. So the players who are playing well are always going to have a 5% bonus to their stats. And that's actually something you could theoretically program in to the. You could have elite mobs that are doable without the buff, but super, 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 super hard. But then if you have the buffs, it's just like, it's a challenge, but it's not that big of a deal. And yes, typing sucks. Oh, by the way, were we going to try to summon this guy again, or is he up maybe?
I don't see him flying around. Maybe he's bugged.
He was up earlier because I totally saw him fly.
We can go do the coffer thing.
Okay. Yeah, you have to take it out of PvP.
I mean, I'm gonna say that the reason it doesn't exist is because the majority of players, overwhelming majority of players, don't want that type of mechanic. And when you're playing an MMO, it's not just what you want. You have to take into consideration what a lot of other
Yeah.
people want too.
So,
And
yeah.
there's a lot of things like in WoW that I don't like, that I wish didn't exist, but there's a lot of people that do.
So
The developers are going to go with the majority because that's how they're going to make their money.
Yep.
And
So
keep it live.
perfect example of this is Bujin just said he's personally okay with a hardcore system because he has reliable power, reliable internet, and reliable whatnot. That's what he's okay with. And you literally just spoke, Maduros. You literally just spoke to what he said. He's okay with it, but I have not heard a proposed solution from anyone for what about the people who aren't okay with it? What about the people like me who have power issues and internet issues? And what about the mom whose kids? And I'm gonna use you as an example, Mujin, and I'm not trying to pick you out because I know that your daughter has she has unique needs, right? What about the people who have children with unique needs? They're going to call them away from the computer every 5 to 10 minutes and may have accidents happen that pull them away in an emergency scenario. What is the solution for those people? Because you might be okay with it, you and your power, your internet, your computer, but what about the people who don't have your setup? And what about people who have unique needs and unique situations? What is the solution for those people so that they aren't unfairly penalized for something that's out of their control? I've yet to hear anyone provide an actual solution to that. Because all I ever hear is, I'm using people loosely here. All I ever hear is people saying, yeah, but I like the hardcore death penalty. I want the hardcore. Okay, you do, but what about the other people? And the only argument I've ever heard from anybody is always, don't play the game if you don't like it. And that's not a programmable solution. Like there are programmable solutions. You program challenge into the gameplay, not the death mechanic. But a lot of people want to come back to the death mechanic thing. Mujin says, sorry, Trip says, it'd be a bump, but not a major one. I don't know, just thought of it. Fleshed out theory. Well, it's a great random thought, man. Like I really like the idea of rewarding life as opposed to penalizing death. I can also use my cats as the perfect example because there have been plenty of times when I've needed to like emergency AFK because I've got cats vomiting or pooping or breaking something and I've got to like immediately ditch the group. I don't have time all the time to be like, oh, sorry guys, I need to AFK for 5 minutes. Let me stick autofollow on somebody. Like sometimes I just got to jump up and run. And, if I die in that situation, I should not be penalized because my cats had an accident that I had to go take care of. Do these count as the contents? They do. That's one solution, Trips, is that they offer different servers, the more hardcore servers for those that choose it. Again, but here's the thing, Mujin. Pantheon is proposing multiple tiers of penalties. Great. Options. Options are always better than one forced. However, you just said, isn't Pantheon offering a system to get your bag items back with while paying gold to an NPC to summon them for you? They are, or at least that's what they're proposing. But you're still penalizing people. That is still a penalty. And if I wasn't directly responsible for the death of my character, why should I be forced to pay gold? Why should I be forced to pay money to summon my items? Why should I be penalized in any way, shape, or form when it wasn't my fault? No one has answered that question for me yet in YouTube comments, in live streams, or anything. By the way, I think what Pantheon is doing is better than other games because they're providing players with options, and more options are always going to be better, but they still haven't provided a solution for people who are dying because of no fault of their own. And that's the unfair, unjust part, and why I'm not in favor of any sort of death mechanic that penalizes players with item loss, level loss, um, XP loss or anything like that, because there are way too many situations where someone can suffer those detrimental effects through no, fault of their own. Trips says maybe the way you solve it was the way UO did PvP back then. They make servers with those mechanics and ones without. Sure, but I think then the issue is what happens when the developers start to try to balance the PvE game against the PvP game, which usually ends up happening. Along with that, that's a better solution, Mujin. A system where you log out in a dungeon. If you log out in a dungeon, it puts you back at the entrance after 5 minutes of being logged out. That way, if you have an issue, you're put away for the danger when you log back in. However, that becomes I'll tell you right now, that's an abusable system because people will use that as a teleporter to get out of the dungeon without having to fight their way back. So the people who say that they don't want a fast travel option, that right there is a fast travel option. That's an abusable fast travel option because players will just use that as a means to get back to the entrance of the dungeon without actually having to clear their way back out. So if the game doesn't allow fast travel and doesn't have like an evac, that's the solution. Quick, everybody camp out. Come back in 5 minutes. We're back at the dungeon entrance, and now we've skipped 2 hours of designed content. You've just literally cheated essentially. So that's an abusable system as well. These are the types of things we have to look at. Trips says, I feel like these old corpse runs make for great stories, but they weren't enjoyable in the moment. I would 100% agree with that. There is always an abuse in any system you put in. No system is infallible. Correct. No system is infallible. No, I get what you meant, Trips. I was saying that the unfortunate reality is many games will then start to try to balance their PvE game versus what's happening in PvP, and that's what makes it tricky to have two different servers. Because essentially then you need two different teams working on the game. One for the live PvE game and one for the live PvP game, and they have to be separate entities.
see. We have. Okay, so we have to extinguish some fires, and then there's an escort quest we can do over there. I just need another minute.
Bum, 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 bum. Oh, I guess I forgot to say bio. Be right back. Hang on, I gotta scroll up through all the YouTube stuff. Muji says, I would have no problem with people using the system in that way, as you say, more options better. You might not have an issue with it, but if the developers have designed a game so that it doesn't have fast travel, and then players abuse a system to give themselves fast travel, then they're gonna nerf that because it's doing something that they didn't intend it to do. Picks and layers are abusable. Keep zones from being well, but people get ported over to the ones they want all the time. Look at Terracore last night with the towers. Yep. But I wouldn't want picks and layers to go away because of that. Good point. In a brand new MMO, I would limit fast travel time to your players with huge population at work. Now the game gets older and relatively around. Yep. I also like WoW's fast travel system wrinkled. You know, you gotta get there first. You have to explore the world, then you can use it. Teleportation to dungeons, at least 2 people have to get there first. And it's not instantaneous. Like some of those flight paths can take 10 minutes, go bio, EQ, the POK books were introduced because of massive complaints from the players. Yes, absolutely. Now people complain they exist. No, the only people who really complain they exist are like a handful of people who are like, I want hardcore. Manure says maybe a higher percent of people in the paintball community. Overall, the reasons all these games remove death mechanics and added fast travel is because the vast majority want and still want. Yep. Yep, yep, yep. Broad scope over the MMO community as a whole, you'll find most people do not want hardcore death mechanics, and they do want fast travel. Absolutely. Dropped loot death is for Minecraft, not MMOs. I agree. Single player games. Although that can be multiplayer. I'm going to address this one real quick. Muji says, back to the drop loot solution. If it's not my fault scenario, what if every 8 hours you get a free res and free body summon? I know it's not perfect, but again, this goes back to if the developer has designed it in such a way that they don't want that, like they don't want people to cheapen death, and I can just purposefully, as an example, purposefully die somewhere so that I get a free res and a free teleport, that's abusing a system that the developers might have put in place. Not saying that will happen. I'm using that as a, looking at the variables that can spin out of that conversation. It's going to largely depend on how the game has been designed. Oh, my little nephew, who's 7 years old, he is terrified of death in Minecraft to the point where he will not follow my brother and I when we go exploring caverns. He hates mining with us or going out after dark because of the zombies. And because, excuse me, he died in a cavern one time. He fell off into like this huge lava pit and fell and fell and fell and fell and hit the bottom and died, and he lost all of his stuff. And now he refuses to explore because he's been traumatized by that one experience, which also leads to the flip side of a game that has too hardcore of a penalty, in that no one ever wants to go off and do anything because the penalties are too hard.
Or they'll specifically play a class that has the ability to say gate.
Yep.
If it gets rough.
Well, that's the EverQuest scenario right there. Like anytime you talk to somebody about P99, and they're like, whatever the conversation is, it always comes back to, well, you should just play a druid because you can solo with the druid. And it's like, but I thought EverQuest was a group-based game. Like, I thought the whole reason you wanted to play the game was because it was a group-based game. Yeah, but sometimes I can't find people to group with, and so just play a druid or a necro or a shaman because then you could solo. And it's like, yes, but also no. Like, uh,
I saw the guy we need flying around.
okay,
Let's go
perfect.
see if we can summon him.
I totally went to go bio and did not bio. Chris was out there and there was cat problems, so I'm gonna have to go bio again. But I was like, I better go back to the stream before it. But I'll definitely need my bio in a bit. And she was going to the store, so I made a energy drink request so that I could stay awake for the next few hours.
like first impressions really do matter, especially when it comes to MMOs. And my question for those people that want the hardcore death mechanics, let's say, and I mean, you can argue facts with me or previous games that fell prey to this. If Pantheon fails after a month, tons of people leave, and in their survey, the number one complaint is a death mechanic. Are you then willing to change it so that the game can stay live? And if so, then why even have it at all? Because that first impression is going to keep more people around than changing it later, because people will get jaded.
I think they're currently bolstered by the fact that they've sold X amount of pre-orders, but if we go back and look at those pre-orders, we know for a fact if you read the forums, a lot of those pre-orders were people who bought the game back when Brad was talking about their P Harmony system, and there's people who backed it right after it came out of Kickstarter, and then a lot of those systems don't exist anymore, and they're on the forums making complaints. And if you look at that, I'm gonna hit all of these guys if I can, because they're just standing there summoning. I would hate for someone to think that, oh, we've sold 25,000 copies, therefore these 25,000 people must love all of these things that we're doing. And I'm not saying that they are doing that. I'm saying it's a possibility. We know our community wants death mechanics, so we're going to put death mechanics in. Well, you have your VIPs who might want it, and a handful of people. The concern would be the greater population. Is he still not coming?
I don't know. I saw him flying around when we were over by that camp.
Do we have to track him down and kill him, or is he supposed to come? Oh. Okay, I don't know what that just did.
He's totally supposed to show up here.
Okay.
Maybe just keep killing. And it's funny. People say that casual gamers killed MMOs. Well, those casual gamers, I I think it's the evidence supports the fact that they actually pushed the MMO genre forward.
Forced it to evolve, yeah.
Yeah.
Mujin says, I think all the hardcore stuff is probably going to be worked out and dropped by the beta in Pantheon. More than likely, your guys' version is going to be the version that comes out. I think that this is the perfect example that yes, and Mujin says, unless Pantheon is totally okay with a player base of like 30,000, I would argue that it's even less than 30,000. Because here's the proof. The proof of all of these hardcore mechanics is Project 1999. And I know a lot of people say, oh, yeah, but it's old graphics, it's an old game, it's all this other stuff. Yes, but if you look at P99 versus EverQuest, there are tens of thousands of people who still play EverQuest. I think it's right around 25 or 30,000 people. I have the PDF somewhere because Nathan and I were actually going over the PDF in a live stream a few weeks back. It's around 25, 30,000 people who actively pay to play EverQuest. And it has none of the hardcore death mechanics that P99 has. There's maybe 1,500 people who want that hardcore stuff. The 25 to 30,000 people who play EverQuest, they've already pre-ordered Pantheon, right? So if we estimate that Pantheon has sold 25, 30,000, which I think we can estimate that because they've sold, I think they said they sold about 8,000 VIPs, or excuse me, 8,000 alpha access, which could mean alpha and pre-alpha. And then if we figure double that for beta because it's a lower price point, then you're in the mid 20s, let's say 25,000 copies sold. That's a number. And if all of those people are willing to pay a monthly sub, then they can absolutely survive off that if they're a small company with 25 to 30 employees. It's totally doable with 30,000 player base. But here's the reality that no one wants to accept, and I can talk about this kind of stuff because I have the data. If they've only ever sold 30,000 copies, Brad McQuaid even came out. I was literally just reading this last night, and it was so refreshing to see him speaking about the numbers. He said 3 to 5% of the player base are going to be the ones that stick around long term. The data that I have shows it's 5 to 8. He said 3 to 5. So let's just assume that it's 5%, which is the number that I've always used. 5% of your total sales are the ones who stay around and pay a monthly sub forever. So if they've only sold 25,000 copies, then they need so much more to have that player base be much larger. Because at 25,000 sales, you've only got 5,000 paying subscribers who are going to stick with the game no matter what, thick and thin, no matter the changes. So if they want a, bigger than that, not 5,000, sorry, 500 off of that. My math sucks. 25,000 is much smaller. So if they want, 50,000. No, my math was right on that. I don't do math very well. If they want, 30,000 people playing, then they have to sell. Isn't that 1 million copies? A lot more than they've sold right now. Let's just put it that way, without me having to break out the calculator. And 1 million is a very successful MMO. Here's a perfect example, Crinkled. New World. New World definitely did more than 1 million in sales. I have not looked at New World in a while, but New World, the last time I looked at any numbers, which was about 4 months ago, they had around 40,000 active players, and they sold upwards of 1.5 million copies. There he is. He's flying. All right. Yep, there he is. Can I tag him? You have no target.
Finally.
Woo! Woo! Sorry, sidetracking. Oh my god! Kill it! Kill it with fire! Uh-oh, what happened? I ran out of mana. No! Woohoo! Finally!
Got one on me.
Okay, copy that. Alright. Now that we survived that. New World, perfect example. Sold 1.5 million copies, has 40,000 active players. They can definitely survive off of 40,000 active players, but look at how many copies they had to sell to get 40,000 active players. Anyone who says, and this is not me talking out of my ass, like these are the numbers the data supports. We'll go look at Brad McQuaid talking about the 3 to 5% that will actively play your game no matter what. Those numbers hold up no matter what game, because a lot of people will say, well, New World sucked, that's why no one's playing it. That's not true. The 5% rule holds across all games, across all MMORPGs. You have to sell 1 million copies to get that many people playing your game, and it's if they only sell 100,000 copies, then they're going to be hard pressed to keep 5,000 people playing the game. Perfect example is Shroud of the Avatar. Shroud of the Avatar sold like 120,000 copies. They only retained around 7,000 people. And then that number dropped over time till it was nothing because they weren't adding any new content to the game. So those are just facts. Like, doesn't matter what you put in your game. It doesn't matter how you program it, it doesn't matter how you monetize it, the 5% number holds true across all MMORPGs. That's the number you can factor in that are going to actively play your game no matter what. So you got to sell a boatload of copies. Crinkled says he is summonable, but he paths, and he only lands when he's in range. So if he's out of range, you have to wait, which I guess is what happened to us because we summoned him twice.
Oh, we were right by where we had some quests.
It's all good. I'm just following because I've been ranting all morning, so I'm just kind of like on auto follow at this point. Just like reading YouTube and thinking about what's the next rant we can cover. This is why I keep coming. This is why the next video I'm pushing out on Pantheon is about the niche commentary, because Brad in the beginning made some very good comments about niche and how they needed to lean into niche and redefine what niche was. And then now here we are after Brad's dead, and the team is like, no, we're not niche. Don't call us niche. We don't want to be niche. And then you talk to the Path of Exile guys, and they talk about how there's nothing wrong with being niche if you lean into it, which is what Brad was saying. Like, if you understand your niche, you can be a very successful game, even if you are a niche title. And Mujin brought up earlier, everything could be considered niche in a broad scope of arguing about the terminology. Yes, everything could be considered niche to someone. Fortnite is a niche. It's the Battle Royale niche, right? But that niche has billions of players within it. Ooh, am I going to get a new hat? Oh, I very much am going to get I am going to get a hat. Oh.
Ready?
Is it a escort? 1, 2, 3.
It is.
Yeah. Go ahead and trigger it, and I'll accept it when you do. How did he? Okay, I was gonna say, how did they not attack him? By the way, I'm not picking on Pantheon. This could be Ashes of Creation. It could be any new in development MMORPG. These games are going to need to sell in excess of 1 million copies in order to see any sort of long-term success, because the numbers continue to pan out that you're only going to have about 5% of your player base within the first 4 months of your game launching, and those people stick with you after that. So you got to sell 1 million copies to retain 50,000. Did he go up? Because like I lost track of you guys.
Yeah, he's right with me.
Okay, you guys must just be just out of sight around the corner. I'm like running. Where are they at? There we go. Brock? Oh, he's going over here. What is he doing?
He was leashing back.
Yes, Mujin, you have to accept your niche in order. You have to embrace it, which is what Brad was suggesting. Instead of coming out and saying, no, we're not niche. Stop describing us as niche. We're not a niche game. Sure you are. Embrace it. Embrace the niche. Crinkled says Dahlia and him waited 10 minutes on the dragon. You and I waited a lot longer than that, but I think it's because we ran off and said, screw this, let's go do other quests.
He's gonna fly down at some point, and I think we're gonna have to drop.
Okay. I do have a feather, actually. I think that would be it right there. I know it seems like that, Crinkled. So Crinkle says it really seems like the reasons people leave are the systems in the games, New World's massive problems. The data actually does not support that, Crinkled. The data just is that it doesn't. I've been told this by 5 different veterans, and when we were building Saga and I was going to different studios and meeting with people, 5 different people who've been in the industry for more than 30 years, and they all told me the same thing. It doesn't matter the game systems, it doesn't matter the monetization systems. People will leave your game because there's other things to do. It's the Netflix scenario. If there's too many other shows, too many other games, too many Xboxes and PlayStations and Hulus and Netflixes and all those things. So it literally does not matter the game systems. All that matters is the fact that 5% is the number you need to keep in mind when you're developing a game, because that's the amount that's going to stick with you. There's another greater number that's around 30% of the people. Oh, he was cursed. There's another about 30% of people that will play your game in a cyclical nature. They'll come back, pay, go away, come back, pay, like me. I'm a cyclical player with Lord of the Rings Online and Star Wars: The Republic. I play those about 6 months out of the year. But when I'm not playing, I don't pay for a subscription. So I come back, go away, come back, go away. If I Featherfall, can your safe fall survive?
Yeah. Yep.
First time I've ever used this spell. So I know it seems like that, but that's not actually the case. It has nothing to do with the mechanics. That's just the numbers. It is what it is. I have some really fun spreadsheets that I would love to share with people, but I have shitloads of NDAs that keep me from ever sharing that stuff out. So I can talk about it, I just can't show things. I can't say this game or that game. I could just say this. One of the benefits of being a creative director on an MMO for 7 years was I got access to a lot of really cool stuff, which informs my decisions on a daily basis. I gotta med up a little bit here. All right, we running out?
No, we have one more fire to extinguish.
Okay.
You can med right here. That's fine.
Yeah, when I started having those conversations, Crinkle, and realized that the way you design your game doesn't matter, the monetization system you design for your game doesn't matter. All that matters is the 5%. It just means one thing is very, very important. Design your game the way you want your niche game to be, whatever that is. Know your numbers so that you know the amount of people you're going to be able to realistically get to play your game. Design your game around that, and then just understand. If you understand all those numbers, then you can be a successful company. That's it. But don't think that just because there's 5 billion people playing video games that you're somehow going to tap into 5% of that market, because that ain't going to happen. That's easy, Crinkled. We already know for a fact. We know for a fact that around the time that they had 12 million subscribers, they had sold in excess of 100 million copies of the game. That's public knowledge. They had a much higher retention rate than many other MMORPGs because the average, remember, the average is 5 to 8%. If you just use 100 million, because they never said how many beyond 100 million, they just said 100 million plus. So it could be 105 million, it could be 110 million, it could be 130 million. We just don't know. It could be 100 million and 2, right? But we do know that at the peak, when World of Warcraft had 12 million paying subscribers, they had sold in excess of 100 million copies of the game, which stands to reason that they were seeing probably a 10% retention rate. 10% is very, 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 very good when most games are 5 to 8. But also consider that World of Warcraft is a beast that does a lot of things right that other games have never been able to replicate. And I would argue that it's probably very valid that Warcraft had a 10 to 12% retention rate above the 5 to 8 that most games see. But I don't have access to the total numbers for Warcraft, so. I don't think I want to jump off this one. I don't have another feather.
No, you don't? Oh, I have some.
Oops. Well, it's all good. I don't need that. I just accidentally threw that in there for you. All right, so where are we jumping off?
I can jump off right here.
Oh, well, this doesn't need a feather. Well, the thing is, Mujin, it doesn't matter if those 12 million were hardcore or not. That's the retention. That's their 10% of 100 million. So that's what they were able to retain after selling 100 million copies.
Unless we do the dungeons, we're pretty much done with this zone.
Okay.
Now we can go to Nagrand, or we could go to Blade's Edge, or we could even go to Netherstorm.
Let's go back to. Weren't we doing stuff in Nagrand?
We
Oh
were.
no, the only thing we had done there was the that ring event. That was the only thing we had done there.
Let me double check. Yeah, so Netherstorm 66 to 70.
So I have 2 quests to turn in here, it looks like. Oh, hang on, we still have this. That's a dungeon, so that's down in there. So we have this one over here to turn in to the southeast, and then one up to the north to turn in. Oh, and then I've got a turn in up in 2 turn-ins up in Shatrath as well. But anyway, to spin back around, that's one of the reasons I refuse to. I don't get caught up in the emotional hype around pre-ordering games. Or like pledging, even, or the thought process of, you know, this game's going to be the best game ever. Who knows? You know, my biggest concern is it going to sell enough copies to still be alive 6 months down the road? So probably what I'll do is turn this in, then recall to Alarion, because then I can take the flight path to Shatrath, and then I'll finally go take that bio that I forgot about. Get sidetracked with YouTube commentary. So what you're saying is the perfect thing, Mujin. There are hundreds of games out now, thousands of games. So think about that for a minute. World of Warcraft was able to dominate because there was nothing else in the space. Nothing else like it. Pantheon, Ashes of Creation, these are games coming out with infinite competition. Infinite competition. What are they doing that's going to stand out to help them make 1 million sales to allow them to retain a player base of 30 to 50,000 in order to maintain forward progress. Food for thought. Oh, this guy's a follow-up. Oh, Shatrath. Woohoo! Lots of Shatrath stuff.
I'm actually bound in chat, so I'm just gonna recall.
Yeah, I'm recalling to, I'm at the outpost there, and then I'll
I
fly
think
out.
it would be cool. I mean, I'm gonna let it up to you since you've never experienced the content, so you can decide the next zone we go to.
I'd say let's just go back to the one we did the ring event in, because we've already traveled through there, so we have a flight path.
Okay.
Nagrand or whatever it was called. Because we can totally do another route when we come here with the Death Knight and stuff, and I have no idea what route. I'm going to let my brother pick the route that we take for either him or Nathan, because neither one of those guys. Well, Nathan's done some of this, so when it comes to Burning Crusade with the static group, I'll let my brother pick where we go. Alright, I'm going to bio. Be right back.
You have other matters to attend to, yes?
All right, I'm back finally. By the way, Mujin and other people as well. By the way, this is how great game design happens. Res, respectful discourse, respectful disagreements about topics is what leads to new things being created and ways to push the genre forward. Because if all we ever did was sit around in a bubble of confirmation bias, say, yeah, that sounds awesome. I love that. That's great. That's great. That's great. We would never move forward as a society. Game development would stagnate, etc., etc. So respectable discourse in YouTube is great. And that turned into chores and a bio. So, yay. I have a whole bunch of turn-ins I need to do now. And I got a whole bunch of YouTube comments I gotta go back through. Camel says they also developed their own game engine. By the way, are all these quests up top? No, they're down below. Yes, World of Warcraft's game engine is amazing. Crinkle said that's because Blizzard thought we didn't want it. We did. They thought we didn't. Oh, that hat. I'm just an ordinary, average, everyday motherfucker. Wait, is this a... That looks like a group continuation that I don't want to do without Maduros, so we'll wait till he gets back. Let me go through the rest of the comments here.
Okay, I'm back.
Welcome back. I'm still running around doing all these turn-ins, trying to find where they were. There was a follow-up. I think it's one of the ones you were missing. Next to there was a guy. Turn 2 questions, and it popped up another one where it's like defend the guy against waves.
Yeah.
I didn't know if
Yep,
that was gonna.
that's a group one.
Okay, I didn't know if that was gonna happen here, or if that was gonna happen somewhere else. Where's this Ezekiel guy at? Because I don't.
He passed around a giant circle around the middle of
Okay.
the middle area of the city.
Okay, I found him.
Blessings upon you.
Oh,
Good health.
that's a pretty neat hat. Sky Witch hat.
The one I just got. Yeah, that's the first time I've had a pointy hat. I think I've turned in everything I have here?
Oh yeah, we won't want to
No,
pick
I
up
have
the...
a quest called Beat Down Dirty Larry. Something about a book.
Yeah, he's over here past that other guy that has this
So
spawn.
the book is down there.
Yeah, if you come down here, we can do the beat down Larry one first.
All right. I am down here now. Well, I mean, I have the Beat Down Larry quest. Or it says book. What book? I don't see any book.
This hat on a gnome.
That is pretty ridiculous. Oh, does it have like, oh my God, that's your eyebrows sticking up through it. I
Yeah.
thought it was like, oh, do you have glasses propped up on your hat or something? But it's your freaking eyebrows. Oh, that's funny.
I wish it was something that actually gave me stats. That'd be funny. So the beat down Larry one is back here. I'm gonna grab a food buff first.
I love the summon stones here in this game, by the way, guys. Like, all the people who are against fast travel. That's really not fast travel, because 2 people still need to get there and need to take it and slow travel there. It's just a great way to help coordinate, get groups together. Yes, Camel, just send me an invite when you get in. Anybody, actually, you can just ping anybody in the game, Camel. Every single member has invite status. Dirty Larry. Malone. Creep Jack. Oh, Larry is epic. Alright.
Yep.
Oh, he chewed through my, And then I stand in a fire. What a noob move.
Can I help you?
Oh, that sends us to Nagrand.
Perfect.
So now we can do this other one then too.
I'm just an everyday average motherfucker. I don't know why that song's in my head. That Canadian comedian from years ago made that song. Alright, is this gonna be like, as soon as we do it, it's gonna start?
Spawn waves, yep.
Alright, ready?
Go for it.
Just an everyday average normal motherfucker. Dan Jennings coming in for 20 bucks. What's up, Dan? Thank you so much for the $20 super chat. Just coming in swinging hard, getting us $20 towards our $50 goal for the day. For those of you who don't know about super chats and stickers, there's a button down there in the chat area where you can click and it allows you to donate what you want, whether it's $2, $5. You can customize the amount. You can also do some pre-designed numbers at like $5, $10, and $20. It allows you to Streamers like myself, you can also join as a member of the Adventurers Guild, which is down below for $2.99 a month, and you can gift memberships. So thanks so much, Dan, for the support. Ending our 3rd month as a community-supported channel. Ah! Both of those are quite nice. I'll lose the mana regen, but I get a boatload of hit points. Where did that go? Oh, I got a pet. What's the pet look like? Do I have to put it on my hotbar? I do. I got a little bird. Okay, that's kind of cool. A mini wing. Alright, I can get rid of these Doom Skulls because we don't need any more of those. Sorry, I'm sorting some inventory here real quick. Is there any place we can sell around here?
Yeah, up top. You can sell inside here. There's a bank and a mailbox as well.
Okay.
They should be neutral to you.
Yep. Banker. And Quartermaster.
Arcanon Poros.
Let's see what else we got here.
Be well.
We do have investigate Torim, but
Oh, it says you are now neutral with the Aldor. Interesting. So I wasn't neutral before, but now I am? Strange.
I would say let's go ahead and fly to Negron, start questing there.
Yeah, 'cause these other quests are just dungeon quests.
Each day is a blessing.
Talar. Everyday, ordinary, normal motherfucker. I like sauce on my da. I need to watch that now because I don't remember the lyrics.
got some gizzards I needed.
Get a basilisk.
Oh, this looks so cool. These like this area looks so cool. I want to bring my brother here.
I got a
Hopefully
brain.
he chooses this place.
Lungs are a fantasy.
Yeah,
booster.
well, we
So
could
what's up,
totally go to
Grandpa?
like Blade's Edge or
No, it's all
skip
good.
Blade's Edge and go to Netherstorm.
It's all good. We got stuff here. This looks amazing.
Nether
Like,
Netherstorm's a pretty neat zone too because it's got biodomes in it. Like
see-
it's like a purplish wasteland, but then it has like these biodomes that are like lush forests and dinosaurs and stuff.
that's the only downside to us coming into Burning Crusade a little late is that we're kind of, I don't know that we're rushing it per se, but we are rushing it. Not gonna get a chance to fully explore it, but the nice thing is that we'll at least get a glimpse of it on the way through, and to get to at least experience some of the zones, even if we don't do all the raids or everything like that. This is probably the coolest zone I've seen so far in the totality of the game that I've played to date.
See. Blood. Light. Must remember the light. See.
I still see a quest from Huntress Kima. She must wander. Yep, she does. There she is right there.
Warm wishes to you. Safe journey. May your days be long and your hardships.
Is that a mailbox? No, that's like a wanted poster. Post. That's interesting.
Hello, stranger. Go on then.
The Naru have not forgotten us.
What's on your mind? Safe travels.
Reagents. Let me see if I need to buy any more. No, I still got a few.
Akal Yekta. You'll come back sometime.
I think I have all the quests here. There's just one outside where it says the consortium needs you. That's the only one I see that I don't have to the west.
Yeah, that one is a breadcrumb quest to another camp with another set of quests.
Copy that.
As is the Nessingwary Safari quest. That takes us up to get to grab the kill quest. But we have a couple we can do that are nearby.
Copy that.
I'm debating on binding here.
That's a good idea. Where is this? The inn?
I think the innkeeper's upstairs.
Oh, she's right here.
Is she?
I like the bar.
May I be of service?
Giant wood slab. What is Joyous Journeys that it's prompting me to disable?
Favor the road traveled by few.
Joyous Journeys is
Seek the
the
path of the
Oh, that's the
Um,
XP buff.
Oh, so you can disable it if you want to slow it.
Didn't know that. Sorry, I just saw that Larry hits hard. Larry did hit hard, Crinkle. That hurt.
So this one we can just do over time. We have to kill some wind elementals for that one.
Oh, I totally forgot to have my wife buy a bag of chips for my sandwich. Ooh, quest starter. That's the same icon as my ice barrier.
Yeah, send us to the Throne of Elements. Which is another area with a whole nother slew of quests.
That's the one thing, is because I've been on a mission to level this guy up as quickly as possible, I have not read jack shit. I've only gotten, like, that's not normally the way I play games. But because I just viewed this character as like a throwaway tune, I'm literally using this guy for, just, it's something to stream, it's something to do. Whereas the static group, I'm actually reading all the quests as we go through. And once I move over to the Death Knight, I'll be reading all of those quests with that guy, which will slow me down a little bit. I mean, I'm skim reading these, but I'm not like, because it's you know what I mean? It's like there's 75 quests that we have to do. It's like it's kind of all the same. We're having a problem with this area over here. Go kill the guys. Oh, the area is tainted over here. Go get the things to untaint the land. Oh, food supplies. Go get the...
Yeah. Well, this area has to do with the Twilight folks, and there's an orc we'll eventually be able to unlock, giving us a quest where it's like a redemption story. He's kind of hated by the people that are at that camp we just came from.
Gotcha.
And the people from the camp that we just came from also hate these people, so he gets the idea to kill these people, get them to war with the ogres. So there's like this whole quest line where you get that set up and get the kill Sparoh people thinking that the ogres are killing them and vice versa. That one actually leads to some really good quest rewards.
Oh, storms are moving in tonight at 5 p.m. It's making me nervous.
No.
Hey, as long as I got power, Chris put a bunch of preloaded my phone with cache, so I could just spin up data if I need to on my phone to play off the 4G. And as we've seen, I can totally stream on the 4G and play. It's the power that's the issue when it storms sometimes. That's the one that makes me go, no! Because if the power goes out, I'm totally screwed. We've talked about, like, what are we doing? Well, you know what I'm going to do? Woohoo! Suicide! Maybe that wasn't the smartest thing to do. All my shit's down. No! Oh my god. Literally, all of my stuff was down. That was not a smart decision on my part. Sorry.
I blinded him. You can probably sheep one of the other ones.
Oh, he's gonna...
He's backed up.
Oh! 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 How many hit points do I have? I literally have 119 hit points. That was brilliant. Oh. Pop the ice barrier. Root. Channel.
Okay, this guy said something to us.
I gotta scroll up and see what he said. I don't see it in my chat. Just sell to the crone is the quest that he's on.
Oh, that's one of the kill quests we got from the wanted board.
So he needs it, I'm assuming. Alright, his paladin looks pretty frickin' cool. That cloak is really awesome looking.
I think that's the one you get from the egg quest that we started. We have to grab the items from the wind elementals first. You have to use the Jumptron to get up to the nest to steal the egg, which spawns the boss. And it's quite tricky to get up there.
Oh, that's super interesting that he's running Questy and it's spitting out the objectives in Spanish into our group chat. That's super interesting. Because on his so he's running the client in Spanish. Buy. Do we have buying time?
No, we haven't gotten that far yet.
This is just too funny. Because when Chris played it, she played it in that's one of the cool things about Warcraft 2. One of the reasons they were able to dominate the global market is because they made their client all these different languages so people could actually play the game cross platform so to speak, but cross-client, so to speak.
Yeah, yep.
I don't know of any other game that's like done it like that.
We do have the quest to go talk to him, I think. He called himself Altruist. That's the first step of that quest. He's
I'm fine with whatever, man. I'm gonna put following you just 2 seconds though. I need to check something real quick.
Yep.
I'm gonna be just a second, Maduros. Chris is getting ready to go to the vet, so I gotta help her get cats in the cat carrier.
Oh, no worries. You stopped following.
Oh, let me put follow back on you. All right, back.
Okay, yep.
All right, chaos. I'm back. Thank you. Sorry. Whew. Hey, there's corpses around here I can loot. No, it just disappeared. Oh, you must be in Viz. That's what it is.
Oh, I'm back. Yeah. I had
Vowless doing
a
$5.
bio, and I was like, well, I killed everything in the area, so.
Yeah, that turned into yeah. I love my wife. She sometimes
Yep.
gets very indecisive at the last minute, and so she changed her mind like 3 times on what cats she was taking to the vet because they didn't want to schedule any because they're still too young to get neutered or spayed, but they're already booking up till the end of October, and so she wanted to get scheduled, and they were like, you need to bring him in to get checked up before. And so she's like, just which two am I taking? You know, and it was like that changed multiple times.
Hope you find something
So
useful.
I had to stuff cats in and out of a cat box. All right.
Be kind to those less fortunate.
I
Okay.
think we only
I
had
need
2
to.
turn-ins, right?
Yep. Yep. We have a couple turn-ins to the north, and we
Okay.
can kind of do other ones on the way. But
Copy that.
I wanted to come back quick to make sure you weren't dying after the bio, but I do need to grab a drink, so I'll be right back.
No, take your time. I just laid sat down. Vowless for $5 says my work here is done. Thank you, Vowless. Push us to $25 with the halfway mark. Thank you very much. If you're new here, don't forget to subscribe, hit the bell icon so you get updates in the future. And of course, if you want to support, you can join as a member of the Adventurers Guild down below, or you can do super chats and super stickers like Vowless just did with that button down there in the chat area. There's a $sign on it. You can pick an amount, or there are pre-programmed amounts. If you pick an amount, we also have some live stream antics that we can get into if you feel so inclined. Eugene says, I put some thought into how you do the death mechanics you're okay with and what I am not okay with. It's really not really possible, at least. Hang on. I put some thought into how do you put the death mechanics you're okay with and what I am okay with. It's not really possible, at least nothing I think that won't be abused. All depends on what kind of abuses the developers are okay with. It's absolutely up to what the developers are willing to deal with and more importantly, moderate with a customer support staff. It all comes down to that.
Oh, I passed it.
But I gotta go. But I think you should keep
All
going.
right.
Get your, and I'll hop on
Sounds good.
tonight. I've only got to do it.
Yes, it does lead back to which niche do you want, and it's why Pantheon needs to stop being on the fence about it and accept the fact that they are a niche game, like every other game out there, and they need to embrace their niche because they are never going to be a game for every player. They are only ever going to be a game for a certain type of player who likes a certain type of mechanics and a certain type of functionality. It's impossible for them to be all things to all people. Just embrace it, lean into it, be the niche that people need you to be. I need my other phone. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back at desk.
Me too. I'm not gonna have room in my quest inventory here.
I am 23 of 25.
I guess we can knock this one out. So this little building up here, this is a PvP arena. So if you go in there, it'll flag you for PvP.
Ring of Trials. Quest log full. New zone problems. That is true, Crinkled. Oh, a bunch more skinnable stuff over here. Oh, somebody's down over there killing stuff, it looks like. Oh my god, she... Mujin says, Pantheon needs to pick if they want to cater to the punish me harder, daddy niche, or a more forgiving niche like what WoW had. Punish me, daddy, harder. Oh my god. Well, honestly, it just comes down to how many developers do they need to keep employed to maintain a profitable company. That's going to dictate what type of game they make, because it really does come down to that. How many people do you think you can appeal to? Because the broader your appeal is, the more players you're going to retain, and the retention is what's going to keep your bills paid. If you're happy having 5 guys on staff, and that's it to maintain your live service game, then you really only need about $5,000, subscribers per month. But if you want to employ 30 people, then you better be getting 30 to 50,000 subscribers, which means you need to sell 1 million copies. And you ain't gonna sell 1 million copies with a hardcore death mechanic. I mean, I think the total, correct me if I'm wrong on this, folks, but I think the total that I think EverQuest only ever sold over the span of its entire life, like during its heyday, I think it only ever sold 1 million copies. And that was like in the totality of the first 10 years or whatever it was before they went to the free-to-play model where you can just, you know, subscribe and get stuff. Vanguard only ever sold, I think it was 330,000 copies of Vanguard.
No. Be good.
Oh my, there's no way I'm going to be able to take all 3 of these. I guess I could get rid of the, I've got 1 quest in Terrakar and 1 in Zangarmarsh, which are green. I can abandon those.
Great to meet you. Keep your feet on the ground.
Greetings, ancestors watching
Oh, we're totally about to get another quest. Hang on.
for the Alliance.
Oh shit! Somebody help me! Help! Help! Kristen Dip Switch? Oh my god!
Did you see his name?
No!
Gankly Rotten Fist.
Gankly
Gankly.
Rotten Fist.
And he's a rogue.
Oh, that's too funny. Now she does have a quest.
Goodbye for now. Hi, how are you? Right.
That was an easy 16,000 experience.
Go with
For real? I have a document somewhere, Mujin, that I gotta dig up because we were using it when we were pitching Saga of Leucemia to investors. And I actually had all the numbers for EverQuest and everything else on hand. I need to go dig it up, but it was, I believe it was higher than 200,000. I think it got up to around 300, but it's been a while. At one point, at like its peak. Camel, how do you define toxic player? I love that topic. I love it. I love it. How do you define toxic? Because what you define as toxic might not be what someone else defines as toxic. So I'm curious what you define as toxic players. Because your comment says, WoW originally did punish you. The game originally had a small player base doing in-game content. Over time, they made that more accessible, but in doing so, it started to reward toxic players. What do you mean by that? Not being confrontational, genuinely curious, because I often see people make comments about, like the other day, somebody came on one of my videos and made this comment about how I've seen tons of jackassery in League of Legends, EverQuest, World of Warcraft, people like Asmongold who are just a bunch of jackasses. Okay, can you give me some examples of jackassery? And there's never any examples. It's just, I think this person's a jackass, therefore, well, that's not proof. What's up, Ribby? Vowelist says, to me, a toxic player is a person who goes out of their way to grief other players. How many people actually do that, though? Like, how many people actually go out of their way to grief other players?
Yeah. Outside of a PvP environment, which that's expected.
He stole my mob. Okay, is that purposefully griefing you? Maybe it was accidental. Maybe there was a miscommunication. Maybe he didn't know it was your mob. Maybe he didn't see you. Maybe there was lag. You know, I'm curious about that. Because I've been playing PvE games for a long time, and I can't think of really any scenarios where someone purposefully griefed me. I can think of situations where there was a difference of opinion as to whose mob it was. But I don't think anyone has ever purposefully griefed me. I take that back. We did get trained one time by a monk in Plane of Justice many years ago, because we got to the camp before their, like, it was a neck and neck race who was going to get to the camp first, and our group got there first, and their group got pissed, and their monk went down and pulled a bunch of mobs, trained us, and dropped them on top of us. That's the only one that stands out in my mind of someone purposefully griefing me in a game.
Yeah, the only time I've personally witnessed, I mean, that's happened to me in EverQuest, but in World of Warcraft, it was PvP related.
Yeah, Remy even asks, he says, how do you even grief someone in PvE? That's a great question. How do you grief someone in PvE? I can't really think of one. Okay, Camel says, so I'm gonna reply to this. I'm gonna counter this. So he says, players who act without consequence, such as ninja looting and bouncing. So let's address that one first and foremost. Developers have gotten rid of ninja looting by implementing need before greed loot roll systems. So it's impossible to ninja loot anymore. So that's gone because we used game mechanics to get rid of it. So I don't really think that I would consider that a legitimate griefing thing, because it only existed in the earliest iterations of an MMORPG, because I think every game since EverQuest has had some sort of a loot roll system, which gets rid of the ninja loot thing. Having poor attitudes to the team goal. Generally not... Okay, hold on a second. Having poor attitudes towards the team goal. Generally making it not fun for others in the raid. Constantly complaining. I feel like most of those scenarios would probably be related to a difference of opinion over what the team goals are, and that might come down to recruitment of the wrong people into the guild, or people's desires changing over time, none of which are inherently toxic. That's just people being people. Like, I don't like apple pie. You might like apple pie. You might want to eat 5 slices of apple pie, and I don't really want any apple pie, you know? So that's not toxicity, that's just difference of opinion. Yes, Crinkled, ninja looting should be a bannable offense, but they got rid of that. Like, there's no game since EverQuest that has, like, open loot like that. Every game has a need before greed programmed system. Vowla says you typically only see toxic players in PvP because they can grief harder. I fully agree. I can't really think of any examples in a PvE scenario where I have seen toxic behavior. Most of the time, people who claim that someone is being toxic are just it's a difference of opinion, and it's an easy label to apply, just like in modern times we use the word woke or things of that nature. Camel says then they could just leave and go to another guild. Guild hopping was a thing. Guild hopping's still a thing. But I don't see that as toxicity. That's just, I've moved on. It's time for a different group, time for a different guild. Good morning, Sparoh. I'm going through comments here, Sparoh, so I got to you later. Sorry. So good morning, Sparoh. Crinkled says it's also on the guild for not having raids looting set up correctly. Yes, in the days before need before greed loot windows, absolutely.
Well, yeah, maybe they're referring to master looter, and say like a raid leader just took something because they wanted it, and they had master looter.
Does that actually
rather
happen?
Than,
I'm sure it has. I'm sure it has.
Yeah.
I'm always the guild leader, so I've never had that happen before. It's like we're always doing officer assigned loot anyway, so everybody knows in advance that I'm the one assigning the loot, and if they have a problem with that, then they're not going to have a problem with it because they know that when they join the guild that it's officer assigned loot.
Right. And I think that's probably a majority of those examples where maybe master looter was abused. It may have been people not understanding that before they went into a raid that if certain items drop, it's going to be going to certain specific people.
Yeah, that's definitely on
And
the
you have the
leadership.
choice to participate in that,
Yeah, it's a choice.
You can say, well, if that's the way it's going to be, then I'm not going to go.
So I still don't see that as being toxic behavior. I see that as just being a difference of opinion in how a raid guild should be ran or how the loot should be divvied out as opposed to a miscommunication. Because I would say, in all the examples I've heard, people had plenty of warning that that's the way the raid system or loot system was going to work. Val has said something very important. He says, I think a lot of people confuse sweaty players for toxic players. That's fair. Mujin says, do you want an example of Asmongold being a dick? Was him to tell his community to go out of their way to bash on the Horde and give them little to no peace? Why is that being a dick? You're in a PvP game and you're telling it's like if I'm playing basketball and it's shirts versus no shirts and I'm on the shirts team, I'm telling my team to go smash the shit out of the other team. We're in a win scenario. Like, I want to win the game. Like, it's basketball. First to 10 points wins. Hell yeah, I'm going to tell my team to crush the other team. Remy says, I don't get this concept of joining a PvP server and then complaining that you got ganked by the enemy faction. Fully agree. Crinkle said, there are reasons high-end guilds have applications and probation periods. Absolutely. In the past, we always ran a 3-month probation period. Muji says, when the Horde returned the favor to him and hunted him down no matter what tune he was on, he cried like a bitch and ran to Weevil. Now see, I feel like you're portraying your opinion, Mujin, because you just called him a little bitch. Like, I feel like you haven't given me any proof that Asmongold did something toxic. You didn't like what he did, and you called him a bitch for doing it, but I haven't seen any actual proof of that. I've seen an opinion that what he did was shitty. Crinkled says, I've seen officers in guilds assign loot, but yeah, it's usually mentioned before, and absolutely, it's usually mentioned beforehand. Laptop says, already in Nagrand. Yes, we are. Camel, it's extremely hard to convey an opinion in 200 letters in chat. Fair enough. Remy says, think being sweaty in a hardcore guild is fine, but being sweaty in a casual guild is toxic. Dude, that is so true. It's so true. And that comes back to a difference of opinion. It doesn't actually mean that that person's being toxic. It's just different priorities, different ways of thinking. Valis says, in Classic, you'll find a lot less toxic players than in retail because the people who appreciate Classic are more mature. I can't speak to that because I don't play retail, but I feel like that might be true. It sounds logical. Wolfen says, the only toxic behavior I've ever seen over the years in PvE environment was where a player would get mad Bring us max level tune and kill all the mobs in the area to run you off. So, I wouldn't. Yeah, I mean, that is that's a temper tantrum, but is that really toxic? Like, really, is that toxic? Temper tantrum, yes. Kind of like the dude I talked about earlier who trained our camp with the mobs and dropped them on us with his monk and feigned death. Like, was that a shit move? Yeah, it was a dick move. Was it toxic? Eh, depends on your point of view. I just kind of, it sucked at the time. I could look back at it and go, that guy was a dick, but I don't use that as proof positive that there's toxicity in gaming. I just say it happened one time in 25 years of games. I can't use that as proof. Crinkle says, is sweaty mean? Are we talking tryhards? Remy says, yes. It's the terminology that the cool kids use. One time in Classic, I ran into some players who kept ganking me out in the world. I was only flagged because I had buffed a flagged player, but then these two just camped my corpse. Yeah, that's a douche move. Like, but again, that was probably a couple of 15-year-olds who were just like, dude, like, let's get. So I totally experienced this in Red Dead Redemption 2 before I understood how the flagging system worked in Red Dead Online. When I first started playing Red Dead Online, I didn't realize you could that PvP was optional, and so it's all like based on your area. So the area where I was camped at, I was running quests out of the area, and I was PvP flagged, and I didn't know it, and I got killed, and I was like, what happened? I thought I was PvE, and then I realized you had to flag yourself. So then I did. Well, then once I flagged myself, the two guys who were in a posse followed me around for like 30 minutes and kept throwing their lassos at me, even though they couldn't do anything to me because I was PvE flagged, and so it was pointless, but they still followed me around for like 20 minutes and threw their lassos at me. And yeah, they were trolling me, but that also is not like it wasn't affecting me. It's like you can't do anything to me, therefore it's not toxic behavior. It's just two kids having fun and let's troll this guy. Okay, Mujin says if you can dish it out but not take it, that's being a dick. And I would argue that that's an opinion. Come on, like, I mean, yeah, it's that's like the number one rule of the playground is don't dish it out if you can't take it. But that doesn't mean someone's a dick. It just means that they could dish it out, but they can't take it. Camel says you can grief players in PvE by rushing up to the quest objectives while another player has spent all the time clearing the trash to get one. That's one. Okay. Only if... That only applies if you subscribe to the belief that camps are valid and that he who... Because, again, this goes back to, does the game company recognize camps? Because the game company doesn't recognize that that is a camp. And if the game company doesn't recognize it as a camp, then you kind of can't complain when it literally is first come, first served. The moral, polite thing to do might be let the person who was there first have it. But the rules, the bannable terms of service rules, dictate that you don't have to. It's first come, first served. So are they being toxic when they're just following the rules? This conversation is awesome. I love the comments we're getting. Yeah, well, that's the thing. Who defines what's being a dick? Sparoh says being a dick is toxic. I guess it's just arguing about semantics. To a degree, yeah, it is because everyone's going to have a different opinion of what is a dick move, what's a dick thing to do, what's toxic. This comes back to the conversation we were having the other day about who defines what should be a blacklistable offense. Like, I don't like the way someone says something, or I don't like the way they do something. Like, if it's something that's defined in the terms of service, we have a very clearly defined way of knowing what is a dick move or not. Remy says, What do you think is a scenario in which a max level player goes in a low level area to farm some low level items and take the mobs away from low level players that need them for quests? Guess what? We're both paying a monthly subscription, Remy. Everybody's paying a monthly subscription. Therefore, everyone has equal right to the content. Now, in a perfect world, games like Retail World of Warcraft have gotten rid of that problem by, and also ESO, by making it so that whoever tags the mob gets credit. So in that scenario, both the high level player and the low level player both win. It's a win-win scenario because they both get credit for the mobs. That's the perfect way to fix that problem. If there is mob scarcity, um, that's a hard one to answer because from a technical standpoint, they both need the mob equally. I need it for quest credit. He needs it to level. We both need it. You know, who's right in that scenario? There really is no right or wrong in that scenario. That's a hard one. Vowlist says, back in retail, I used to see people pull a train by aggroing a bunch of mobs, run through your fight and heal or act some way when their mobs pulled up, they ran to you. Yeah, I've seen that before too. That's the same as like someone dropping a train on you and feign deathing on top of you. That's definitely a dick move. That's a good way to look at it. Like, try not to overkill the area if you have to come back as a high level. You know, try to make sure that, you know, there's only 20 mobs. I'll leave you 5, I get 15, kind of thing. That's one way to do it. What else do we still need here? Oh, we still need the stags.
You know, I find, and this is just my opinion, out of all the MMOs I've played over the years since the 90s, that the toxicity, as I think a lot of people talk about, I've seen more in forums and in discussions, and not necessarily due to gameplay.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, I definitely saw that on the Codemaster forums back in the day for Lord of the Rings Online, because the roleplay forum for Laurelin used to be, those forums were bad, dude. Like, the forums were really bad, with people just like telling other people what was or wasn't the proper way to roleplay, and if they didn't roleplay the way that another person liked, that guild would like gang up on that person in the forums and try to get their name changed and get them.
That's an example of toxic behavior.
It's absolutely toxic behavior. I don't like your name because it's not Elvish enough, so we're gonna petition. We're gonna have all of our friends try to petition to make you change your name because we don't think that Heals Your Mom is an appropriate name for a roleplay game, and therefore we're gonna try to. I got in deep trouble on that forums because I told those people they were being roleplay jihadists, and that did not go over well. I was like, you guys are roleplay terrorists. You've got a jihad against other people for not having the name that you want. I got in trouble. Let's see here. Also using good game etiquette and toxicity, like a level 70 swooping in, taking a mineral node from a low-level player who's fighting a mob to get to it. That's not toxic, it's just bad behavior. But, Vowellist, the problem is many people would define that as toxic because he stole my node. But like you said, I just call those people ass and move on. Or Crinkled said that. Yeah, that's just bad etiquette. Yeah.
And then
Eventually, everyone gets the things they need.
yeah, and that's another thing that they changed in modern WoW.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody
Everybody
can
gets
mine
a
the same
node.
node.
Yep.
But when you start severely restricting, like some games plan on doing, you can expect that kind of behavior. I mean, everybody seems to want to always constantly crap on World of Warcraft. And it's funny because out of all the games that are live service, it's like they've really tried to avoid situations like that with, everybody tagging a mob getting credit, everybody able to mine nodes and
Mm-hmm.
the loot system and
Very true. By the way, Mujin, if a monk can feign death and they pull mobs and do that move on top of you, is it really toxic? For them, it could be fun. That's exactly the point I was making. I don't view that as toxic. Is it a dick move? A little bit. But it could be fun for them. It's a 15-year-old kid. He's laughing. Ha ha ha, look what I just did. You know, yeah, it sucks for those who are on the receiving end of it. But again, I've been playing games for 25 plus years. That's happened one time in 25 years. So I cannot point to that and call that toxic behavior. I can say that it happened and it sucked for me. It probably didn't suck for the other people because they had a justification for doing so. And I was upset at the time. And, looking back on it, I'm like, yeah, it sucked. But at the same time, was it a bannable offense? No. Is it toxic behavior? Not really. I mean, I'm sure they got a kick out of it. Oh, Camel, you and I are going to agree to disagree so hard on that. Oh, wow. He says, I use toxic because the 200 letter limit just sums up a bunch of bad behavior. The game had its own policing back in the day, the player base. They removed the ability for players to police the community. I would urge you to go watch my video on player reputation if you haven't already. Um, I'm not even gonna broach that topic in the chat because that's a whole nother can of worms. The general attitude of society is to crap on that which is held in a higher pedestal. Perhaps, most of the time. That works in WoW against AoEers and it's fun. Let me just leave it at this. You cannot leave policing up to the community. You can't. Opinions are way too varied. No one's opinion is more valid than another opinion. No one's definition of toxic is more valid than someone else's version of toxic. The only thing that can define whether something is a bannable offense is to have a terms of service that clearly outline the rules for gameplay. Anything outside of the terms of service is open to interpretation and not up to the community to police. Daggerfoon, boots of strength. Oh, I finally got my first gas. Yay! Bannable is all up to the game DM and how many man hours they want to put into it. Yes, yes, and more yes, Mujin. You gotta have a customer support staff to actually. God, weren't we just doing? I feel like a lot of people might not have been here for that little moment earlier we had Maduros with my brother. So we were playing earlier, and a guy ran up as we were in the middle of pulling mobs. We were pulling like 4 or 5 mobs in an area. Maduros had already dotted all the mobs. The guy clearly saw that we were pulling the mobs. He ran up and attempted to pull one of the mobs that we had just tagged. And then as we kill it, he went off in chat in say and said, what did he say? He says like
he called us a fucking piece of shit.
he called us a fucking piece of shit and continued to rant at us for a few minutes about how we were assholes and fucking pieces of shit because we stole his mob. And it's like, there's no name tag on it. We were clearly here. We had 4 or 5 other mobs on us. You literally ran into the camp and tagged a mob. Now, in that scenario, who's right? In his series, he may have been lagging. He may not have seen that we had already tagged the mob, and he tagged it thinking that it was open. we don't know what his screen was showing. We only know that our reality was that we had tagged the mobs and we were actively killing the mobs. His reality was that he had tagged the mob and it was his mob. Who's right in that scenario? Both parties claim that they're right. Both parties claim that the other side is in the wrong. Now, we didn't call the guy an asshole. We didn't say, you fucking piece of shit. We did say, after he called us a fucking piece of shit, I went, QQ, where's the name tag that says it's your mob? Because I was responding to being called a fucking piece of shit. And here's the
I
funny thing.
responded.
Yes,
Go ahead.
you go ahead. You go ahead.
I was gonna say I responded with, well, the game says otherwise. 'Cause
Correct.
It gave us the credit.
The game gave us the credit, which means we tagged the mob first. Otherwise, we wouldn't have gotten credit. Now, in that scenario, that person's going to petition. And he's going to say, this person did this. They deserve to be banned. They pulled my mob. Blah. Or, if they're a streamer and they've got 20,000 followers, they're going to go get all their friends to say, hey, this person kill-stealed me. I'm going to get them petitioned. I'm gonna put their name on a blacklist, and I'm gonna have all my friends do the same thing because I want to get them banned because they stole my mob. And it won't matter to the masses that we actually were the ones who got credit on that kill, because in his mind, his reality is more valid than our reality. To this morning was the perfect example of why you cannot allow players to police the community. There have to be a terms of service. There has to be a customer support staff to do all that stuff. It's not possible otherwise. And that's exactly why Elder Scrolls Online and Retail Warcraft got rid of mob tagging. It is now everybody who hits the mob gets credit as opposed to the first person who attacks it. Because that system invariably leads to arguments about who was there first and whose camp it was and whose mob it was. And that's why, like, Live EverQuest doesn't... Camps don't exist. There are no camps. Therefore, you can't kill steal because camps aren't recognized. Yeah, Valis instantly damages for the tag for sure. The tag proves that we got to it first, Mujin. We got the quest, like we got the kill credit. Therefore, the proof is that we did get the credit. Like the game system, as Maduro said, the game literally proved that we were the ones who were there first and tagged the mob first. And that's the beauty of customer service, is like a customer service rep can go look at the log and they can clearly see that we were the ones who had the mob and got the kill credit. Therefore, it's our mob, and that person's opinion about whether or not they got there first is invalid, which is great. That's what terms of service are there for those types of situations. God, I love Remy's comments today. Remy's like, but do people not give others the benefit of the doubt anymore? It happened once or twice. Let it go and move on. I can't believe people are so mad about stuff like this. Wait for the respawn. Big deal. So you just brought up the comment I was making a while back, a couple weeks ago, Remy, was the example of like if Raid Guild A and Raid Guild B, or let's just say Group A or B, you know, are camping a mob, and Group A was there first, but they can't attack the mob because it's up because they're waiting on their cleric or somebody because they had to go take their kid to school and they're going to be 15 minutes late or whatever. Societal nicety would say that we should wait for them to get back, right? But the reality is if that's got a 30-minute spawn timer, if I wait 15 minutes for them to get back, then I have to wait another 30 minutes after. I'm going to wait 45 minutes. Meanwhile, if my group just kills the mob now, it'll be back up in 30 minutes, and when their cleric gets back, they can do it anyway, and none of us have wasted our time. And some people would say, you should wait. You know, they were there first. Should I? Should I? Like, the mob's going to be up again. And I'm not talking like the old 24-hour respawns in EverQuest. You know, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about like let's use World of Warcraft Classic as an example with mobs that you can that respawn in 10 minutes, you know. Just wait for the respawn. Davin says, some classes have an easier time tagging mobs. Locks and Shadow Priest will try to tag a bunch of mobs with their dots, but it takes a second for the damage to tag it. You remember what class he was, where else? I don't think we paid attention.
He was a druid.
Probably tried to moonfire it or whatever that's called.
Yeah. That's even more proof because my dot and whatever he eventually put on it, my dot ticked before he hit it with anything. So because some of those mobs they were on their way to us.
Mm-hmm.
We still got the credit.
I love what Davin says. If they're there first but not ready, are they really there first? That right there, sir, is the mentality I've always held. If you're there and you're ready, then you're actually there. If you just have... a good example of this is like when you send a friend to wait in line for you at the DMV and then you show up 30 minutes later. Like, no one's going to accept that. Like, you just step in and replace your friend in line. Like, that's considered horrible social etiquette to, like, have a friend stand in line for you when you're really not there and not ready. And that's essentially what that is you're saying, we were here first, but we're not ready. We're reserving the right to have this mob. No, we're here, we're ready. You can get the respawn. Good luck. And on that note, I really have to go to the bathroom. I will be right back, Maduros. All right, let's do these turn-ins. These must be those 30 kill quests that everyone was telling me about beforehand. Fairy Fire does not tag a mob. I don't know what Fairy Fire is. Vala says, no matter what game or social scenario, there'll always be those people with good etiquette and others who think everything is owed to them. It's just inevitable. So everyone knows you can damage mobs that get death gripped while they're flying through the air towards the DK. Tag it. It'll still be mad at them. Sparoh had a very good point earlier, which is the point I was trying to make over and over throughout this discussion. I'm going to scroll back up so I can find that comment. She just had a different way of saying it. Being a dick is toxic. I guess it's just arguing about semantics. That's the point of opinions. Like, everyone's going to have an opinion about what dick behavior is. What's toxic? What is being a dick to someone? Like, everyone has a different version. We've seen it in the comments here. Like, we've seen 20 different examples minimum that have been applied to the term toxic or dick move. But the reality is, like, none of those are necessarily true. They're just people's opinions about various things that they consider to be dick behavior. Like, I'm sure we've all been guilty of this at some point in our lives, like tailgating someone because we got pissed off in traffic. That's a dick move. However, I've also been tailgated, and it's even a bigger dick move when someone tailgates me. So which one is a bigger dick move, the tailgater or the tailgatee? And that's going to depend on the situation. Are you the driver, or are you the person, being pursued? I totally got rear-ended one time on the interstate because I brake checked the guy for tailgating me, and he just plowed into the back of my truck. Don't ever do that, kids. Vala says it comes back to people who think everything is owed to them. If you do not cater to their belief of ownership, then you are toxic. That's it. That's opinion. That's exactly what that is. Crinkle says I'm a cautious driver. I used to be not a very cautious driver, and then I had an accident, and I became a cautious driver. So nowadays, Crinkle, it's so bad. My whole family hates it when I drive because I drive like a grandma now. Because I drive the speed limit and I don't take any chances. And that's because I had an accident when I was younger and learned the hard way. Slow down. Finally got that one out of the way.
All right, let's go do that one. Nice upgrade.
Where did that item go?
You actually don't need to click the item. You just click this here.
Okay, perfect. And where are we? Oh, we're going up to the egg right there.
Yeah.
Oh, there's gonna be platformer nightmares right here. Do you have to push forward? Oh, you do. Oh, this is gonna be chaos.
And
Oh, there's no way to control that. How the hell? Okay.
yeah, so the trick is you have to click off the buff when you're in midair at a certain point because
Oh.
you'll start to drop. However, you still have forward motion after you click off the buff for like a second or two.
Okay.
Oh, I almost made it. And you should survive the fall if you mess it up. The nice thing is only one of us actually has to get up there to get it because it spawns a mob.
Okay, let me try this again.
Let me see. What is this? Okay,
Oh
so just a
shit! So a lot of it depends on. Oh my god! I just. Oh.
purple club. That's it.
86 hit points. My god. I'm gonna let you do it. You've got safe fall. Jiminy Christmas. That was brutal. Oh! Nicely done, sir.
Okay, let me get a food buff. It honestly looked like I wasn't gonna make it again.
Yeah, you landed right on the edge. Oh, Zinnick said you can go to the hill to your left and just use slow fall to get down there.
Oh yeah, you probably could.
That's a good one. Hadn't thought about that.
You ready?
Yeah, what are we doing?
Well, I'm gonna take the egg, and a big bird's gonna come down, an
Mhm.
elite bird that we'll have to kill.
All right.
Big mama bird.
Attempt to steal egg is the name of the. Oh, sweet, delicious spotted eggs, you will be mine. Oh, here comes Mama Bird.
Ah, 35,000 health. We should be okay.
She takes her sweet time.
Yeah, it makes you wonder, is she really that concerned?
Okay, I'll be out in a second, Chris. I'll have to run outside real quick after this. Chris just got home. Doing a good job tanking, sir. Nice. Ooh. Wow. That's an RNG item if I've ever seen one.
Talk to me.
Oh, wow. That's That's a big upgrade on the spell.
Oh, it's hideous.
Oh, mine's pretty dope. Hang on, what's yours look like? Oh, why is yours so short? You got
'Cause
gypped,
it's-
man.
I know.
You got ripped off. Mine's actually really cool. I got a full length cloak and you got a fucking blanket. You got like a towel to fling over
Got
your
a
shoulders.
shawl. Go ahead and turn that off.
Oh man. Not fair. That is not fair. Although I have a hideous purple. Look at my jeans and everything. This is bad. All right, I'll be right back. I gotta check out Chris.
All right.
Dice que las hembras no hasta los 5 meses, porque no se pueden encontrar los conductos.
Ya lo sé, entonces, pero ¿por qué crees?
Ahí está sangre. ¿Sangre cómo me lo traen? Los tres sí, ya se dice que sí se puede. 200 de cada uno, güey.
¿Qué fecha?
17.
¿De septiembre? ¿A qué hora?
Preferí en la mañana. Tiene horario inventado.
Necesitamos empezar.
No, lo dijo el Gracias. No los van a entregar hoy todos. Necesitamos.
Por unos 3 semanas.
Llevo una bolsa. Sí, igual es muy tranquilo.
Oh, la bolsa.
El llorón es feo. Creo que mejor abrazo a Afrodita.
La bolsa. ¿Él llora mucho ahorita o no?
No, pero está. Ya ves cómo es. No llorar tanto, no como Lucas que mordían y todo eso. Está tranquilo. Están todos así cortados acá. Están todos aquí.
Fue la misma doctora. Pero ella no es la persona que hace los sentidos. Es otro que viene.
Va a venir apoyo, dice. Pero ella va a estar ahí. Es Sam que apesta, lo cargué.
Sí, esto de popó.
Pero Sam. Pero dice que las hembras no. Luego podemos hacerlo. Ella me dice que en Palenque en octubre, pero tengo que viajar y pues, porque allá va a estar porque va a estar la campaña en octubre en Palenque, dice. Pero voy a gastar pasaje y luego no me llevan los carros. No tenemos carro. Oye, los dos nos desparasitaron, pero no, Smigol y Frodo los desparasitaron. La doctora, 50 pesos cada uno pagó. Un líquido. Después de los 2 kilos es pastilla.
Pero ¿cómo ella dice el líquido? ¿Una inyección de
Sí, así como así.
te da
Yo pagué 50 por cada uno.
tienes uno de los meses?
Es que, oye, verdad, hubiera traído los. Yo quería el frasco, pero no tiene. No ven a encontrar. Mañana si voy al centro le traigo. Pero más importante es mi gol, que es el que come afuera.
Entonces, esos 3 mañana lleva todo. Si son las 50, lleva
Esas.
All right. I'm back for the moment. What if it kicked me from the server? Nope, I'm still here. Are you having a moment, Pippin? Yeah, you are. You're all sorts of scared. Your two brothers came home and they smell like a vet. She's all fluffed up like a sponge and her tail's freaked out. No, they smell different right now and she's very scared for some reason. Look at her. She's like all like, help me, Daddy, I'm scared. Look at her nose. You don't smell like the same person right now because you went to the vet. Look at her nose. I'm gonna show everybody this. This is really funny. So little Pippin is having a moment. She doesn't recognize her brothers right now because they came home smelling different, and she's all sorts of like smelling Chris right now. Like she was all fluffed up and spooked. Yeah, you gonna be okay, baby? I put her with Lucas, but she didn't. Yeah, she didn't want to hang out with Luke. She wanted to come sit on my lap. Mm-hmm. All right. Well, go find the see if you can find the worming medicine, and when we give him lunch here in a few minutes, we'll worm the other ones. No, no, no. They're my babies now. Like people had their opportunity to adopt. Nope, no. They had their chance. They're my babies now. No. I know they're bonitos. They're my babies now. They're my baby bonitos. They're my pretty babies. People had 5 weeks to adopt them. Once I gave them names, they became my babies. They're my babies now. So now she's gonna, Luke, don't be naughty. Luke's like kicking her away. Like, I don't want company right now. Yeah. All right. Thank you, Chris. Yeah, I told you he's huge. Smeagol's huge. Yeah, he's 250 grams more than the other ones. Yeah, because he eats everything mommy brings. Do I need to mount up to follow you, Maduros?
Let's see. I'm trying to figure out where we want to go next here.
All right, Chris. Let me know when you find it, and I'll help you with lunch for the cats. All right, let me mount up, and I'm gonna put follow on you because I gotta put some eye drops in real quick. Yeah, we're on Peggle, the Peggle server laptop. You coming back up, Pippin? You big baby. You're your big baby. Valis says, have I actually been streaming for 7 hours? My eyes tell me I've been streaming for 7 hours because I just had to put drops in because the right one is like all sorts of red. And the reason is because I drank an energy drink like an hour and a half ago, and normally I'd be wrapped up by 10 o'clock, but I was like, screw it. Chris is going to the vet. I have nothing else to do today. I'm just going to chug an energy drink and go. And we'll be back tonight at 5 p.m. for more, and we have the multi-stream tonight at 7:30 Central. You gonna sleep down there, sweetie?
Okay. Still have Cleft Hus to get here.
Welcome to the Adventurers Guild, Camel. Thank you very much. Speaking of the Adventurers Guild, this Saturday, got the next video going out for the members of the Adventurers Guild. Gonna be doing a Lotro chicken coop update because Chris and I found a lumber yard. And I gotta update people on the layout and the plans and the drawing of the plans and what we're ordering and how it's being built and all those good things. She's down on the, oh, she was down on the floor. Welcome. Oh, this one had something for me. Sorry, I didn't see that. Someone said in the Wrath they cut these kill quests in half, like the requirements? Or is that only...
Yeah.
Ah, okay. Yeah, 30 is a little obscene.
Unless you're a Skinner,
This is true.
then it's great.
It's like I'm getting all sorts of hides. Oh, I probably need to loot these, sorry.
You round up a couple of these here.
Okay. Oh, there's a third one behind you too. You got it. Stick following on just a second. I gotta answer a couple of comments here.
Sure.
What do we need these for?
This is one of the kill quests.
Oh,
Oh, wait.
I don't have this one.
Wait, not these. This is the next one,
Okay.
actually. I didn't notice the name change.
Gotcha. Ooh, that's nice to know. Lawless. Tailors get a bonus in Wrath where they can find extra cloth on mobs. Does that also apply to skinners? I would love to be able to skin extra stuff with my hunter. Yeah, Remy has the same question I did. Do leather workers get more skins too? Pretty please. I probably will need to cut off at noon though, or else like in 30 minutes.
Okay.
Because I actually do need to get a video prep for tomorrow and probably take a break from my eyes.
Yeah, I gotcha. That's cool. Sounds like nap time.
Yeah, I totally skipped my nap this morning because I was like, energy drink, woo! I'm just gonna go. Plus, then the conversation got all spicy in YouTube, and that was a little bit of an adrenaline rush there for a little bit.
Yeah. I like conversations.
Conversations are good; they keep you awake.
That's just more proof, even though everybody had different opinions, everybody was still civil.
Yeah.
Now, a toxic person would then go on some kind of forums or just start like bashing people, saying downvote videos and.
Yep. That's the difference between agreeing to disagree and having a civil discourse and being like, no, your opinion isn't allowed to be on the internet. Mine is the only one that is allowed. Downvote the video. What is that crystal powder for? You may turn 20 of these items into Chief Researcher Kartos Hal at the Alliance have control of the base. Okay.
Yeah, that's the area in the center. So for every 20, you get a Hala token. If you get 8 of them, you can get an 18 slot bag.
That's
But
nice.
there's also some other items that you can get there too. That's actually where I go to buy my arrows on the hunter because they sell like the best arrows you can get in the game right now.
Oh, how did I miss? we still need 8 more of those.
Yeah, we can actually. I was thinking we'd go over, just kill our way over to the ogres over here.
Sounds good to me.
There's a quest we can pick up there. We have to free somebody. His name's Corky, and I think I mentioned him before. He keeps getting caught throughout the different areas of the zone, so it's like a zone-wide continuation
Nice.
that ends with you have to fight this giant cyclops-looking thing.
How long's the escort quest?
It's not an escort. We just have to get a key.
Okay.
Yeah, so you gotta come over and talk to him.
Okie dokie. Do that in a second
And
here. What did you just do to me?
In the infamous words of Maduric,
Help! Hey, Fatso, how did they go to the bathroom with all that fat? That's why they threw him in the cage. He's got a big mouth.
yeah.
There is a multi-stream tonight, Remy. At 7:30 p.m. Central is the normal start time. I will be on around 5 p.m. Assuming no power outages tonight, because we do have storms starting tonight and for the next like 6 nights in a row. So. But there is a multi-stream tonight.
I got the key.
Okay. Only one needs it, I'm assuming. Oh, I got one
I
too.
believe so, yeah.
Nice. Thanks, bye.
Yeah.
Anything else we need around here? Oh, we need obsidian war beads.
Yeah, those drop from any of the ogres, and
Copy
we'll
that.
get other quests for the ogres that are near that ring of blood that we did.
All right, let me stick following you because I'm about to explode here. I'll be right back. Oh no, my beard pole just fell on the floor. Tragedy. Oh, there's all the ones we need right here. One convenient place. How many more do we need? So that's interesting. I just realized from a performance standpoint, when I move, the grass bends around my character, but it does not bend around the NPCs when they walk. Oops, nope, wrong one.
What can I do for you? Safe travel.
What can I do for you? Light bless you.
What now?
Do we have any quests that are easy, quick to wrap up, or is that a good point to recall back?
Yeah, let's run over here. We have a couple turn-ins over here, and
Okay.
we can pick up some more quests there, and then recall. Over here is going to be the second poop quest. This is the one that will get like a stack of 20 items that will give us underwater breathing.
I still have one left over from when we were doing the swamp.
Yeah, it's crazy. You go like all of vanilla WoW doing underwater quests and not really having underwater breathing for it. And then here it's like any quest that you go underwater, they give you something to breathe. We're just skirting by the horde camp that's
Okay.
over there. Because we need to go over here anyway.
Never mind. I was like, run away! It's a pretty cool looking Druid ring.
What do you need?
Actually, in this case, it's shaman.
Go on.
Yeah, the Earthen Ring is a shaman faction.
Go with us.
What do you need? Peaceful. Light. Must remember the light. So long. Troll Hall. Strength.
All right. Looks like there's. Where the hell?
So a good place for those Talbuk thorn grazers is all over here to the west,
Okay.
and then you also get the ground spawn for the rare bean quest.
Nice.
But I think this is a point you want to take a break.
Yeah, this is a good point to recall back and.
Oh, you can teleport to Shat now, can't you?
Oh, I would need to buy it. I haven't bought the. You're right. I think at 65, I got that and never even thought to go back and buy it.
Well, I
Usually-
just recall anyway. I was just throwing that out there.
I think we have a turn in here.
Oh yeah, Corky's father.
Oh, that's a run. I'm not run. I'm too tired. It's hitting me now. I'm like, nope. I'm done. I'm gonna go do some chores, eat some lunch, take a nap, wake up refreshed, do some video stuff. All right. I should be back at 5. If the power and everything's up, I should be back at 5. If I'm gonna be late for any reason, I'll ping you and let you know in Discord.
Cool.
Thanks
Sounds
for the good run today, sir. I'll catch you later.
Yep. See you later, man. Have a good day.
Too. What's up? All right, everybody. Let's wrap. I'm done. We're gonna go forth and take a break, get some food in our bellies. All those good things. Oh yeah, hat head, hat hair. Get some food in my belly. Take a nap. Rest my eyes. Work on a video for tomorrow, and if I have time, I'll also do Saturday's video. Yeah, have a good day, sweaty. All you sweaty gamers, that's a good one, Maduros. Go do life. Yeah, it is lifetime. So thanks to all of you. Valis came in for $5. Dan Jennings did 20. Thanks for those of you who did super chats today. I appreciate going above and beyond there. We had a really good month. I think between this and the GoFundMe for the cats, I know we're over $1,500 for the month, which is amazing. Oh, Chris, update really quick as we're winding down. For those of you who have contributed to the GoFundMe for the cats, Chris just got back from the vet and scheduled all 3 of the males on September 17th. So I need to I'll update the GoFundMe today with that. So the money that people have contributed, we put, I think it's We don't have a number for the post operation meds and everything else, but I think it's going to be because she went in and she's getting them done during a campaign. It's going to be a little cheaper. I think they're doing all 3 for like $75. I think all 3 of the males. I need to confirm that cost with her. So the GoFundMe money, we're already putting that to good use. We're getting the 3 males neutered. They won't do them. They won't spay Pippin. She's back here with Luke right now. They already said they won't do Pippin and Mary until they're at least 5 months, which means they were born May 21st. So we got to go to May to June, June to July, July to August, August September, September October. It's going to be the end of October before we can get the 2 females spayed, but we're going to get the 3 males neutered on September 17th. So I'll update the GoFundMe with more information once I have a chance to stay with Chris and confirm all the numbers and everything else. We went to the hardware store the other day. I showed everybody a screenshot on the YouTube community section, but I was drawing plans the other day. I need to further refine those plans. Once I have those completely refined, I'm going to be doing a video on that tomorrow for the update for our members for the Lotro chicken coop, and then the other update will be for the outdoor build for the Kit Kat shelter. That's also from the GoFundMe. So thanks everybody who has contributed to the GoFundMe. We do have a $35 100 goal there. We're over $500 now, so if anybody wants to contribute and can, the GoFundMe link is up in the Discord section of our Crafts and Gardens page in Discord. But thanks to those of you who have contributed. That's the update for the contributions there. So we'll update people as I know more and have more information up on the cats, because at least we're getting the 3 males neutered ASAP. That's what Chris did today. That's what she was doing while I was streaming. She took the heaviest, which is Smeagol, and she took the lightest, which was Sam, and she took those into the vet and said, "This is a representation. The other one's in between." And they were like, "Oh, they're fine. We're gonna bring them back in a month, and we'll spay them. We'll neuter them." So that's gonna happen soon. In a month from now, we'll get those, get the 3 boys neutered. Anything else I can think about? Don't forget to check out this morning's video. I did link it here in YouTube in the chat section if you want to go watch. I did another Lotro tourism videos. I'm having a lot of fun with those. We're going to do those for a while now. I can get a lot of content out of those because I can just literally log on and spend 15 minutes running around showing locations from the books in the game. It's a lot of fun for me as well. So check that out if you haven't already done so. Thanks to Camel for becoming a member today. Welcome to the Adventurers Guild. Thanks everybody for their support, for hanging out, for giving me your time today. Thanks for the respectful discourse today. Having a good conversation about things that we don't all agree on, but that's the greatest part about agreeing to disagree. Spiegel's the heaviest and Sam is the smallest. Should be the other way around. It should be. You know what? You weren't here for the live stream last night. I think it was last night or the night before, Liam. Spiegel has developed a cough, and we're not sure what it is. It might be allergies or something. Maybe he got a bone stuck in his throat. It doesn't bother him all the time, but every once in a while he'll be coughing, and when he does, it's like the hairball cough. It's like and the funny thing is we named him Smeagol, and Chris is over here during a live stream, and she's like, he's literally converting to Gollum. Gollum, 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 Gollum. Like, as he's hacking up along, and I was like, that's funny. Very, very funny. Ha ha ha. Like, that was actually, I was laughing. I was like, it's not cool, poor little Smeagol, but also funny that the cat we named Smeagol has a cough. Funny as in coincidentally funny, not funny for the poor little guy, because when he has one of those coughing fits, he's not very happy when it happens. But he's had it for like 5 days now, and it's not often. It's like 2 or 3 times a day is when it happens, and we're not sure what's provoking it. The vet took a look at him today. She said, well, he's obviously trying to throw something up. So, and it could have been just because we haven't dewormed him in a month, so they got dewormer today, and I'm about to go deworm the other 3 right now, actually. Anyway, I'm off, everybody. I should be back around 5 p.m. tonight. If I'm not, for some reason, it's because the internet's out or power's out or something. And the plan is to do a multi-stream group tonight at 7:30 p.m. onwards with myself, Nathan Napalm, Sparoh, Maduros, and my brother. If for any reason that doesn't happen, it's because of my power or internet or something. Because the storms do start tonight, and we've got like 5 or 6 days of rain scheduled. So, thanks everybody. Catch you next time.